Welcome to the Kaizorian experience. Over here, we're going to be talking about everything African. We're going to be having debates, discussions, entertainment, as well as learning about business, art, history, and everything in between. Cultural, tribalism, and everything. We're going to be out here debating with some really interesting stuff. So like the video, share the video, and make sure you subscribe. Make sure you subscribe. Subscribe for the best experience ever. This is the biggest channel on the Afrosphere. So come and join the team, become a Kaizorian, and join the Kaizorian Empire.
Universally exist within myself, within this premise, and I exist within this bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like the blue in the sky. I'ma fly like bird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma throw my bluebird in the sky. I'ma soar like bluebird in the sky. I'ma soar like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fight like bluebird in the sky. I'ma eat like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be bluebird in the sky. I'ma be free, bluebird in the sky. I'ma be free like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. Back again like the second coming. Strumming my vocal cords like the hummingbird in the sky. Y'all can't deny this. Real rap lyrics, it's like I ain't got no rhyming through the sky limit. What is skin tone, shade of color, but a parallel form of frequency like a ringtone on your phone. Melanin expression, tied up in the universe, feeling like God's. Is this really us? Is it serious? Is it really wrong to be diverse? Am I diverge and immerse myself like an ocean beneath this waves? Be a divergent, born to be different. Indigo child, one like canary, born to be a bluebird in the sky, flying high like a bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly high, bluebird in the sky. Yeah, bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly high, bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. Everybody scream bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly high, bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. Yeah, bluebird in the sky. Everybody, bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like born black, sweet like a berry. Flying high, high like a canary. Scary with my hoodie on. Hating on my vibe on the street that you'll be feeling my frequency of the song. But I know that I ain't never ever gonna be ever the same. But I know.
What's good, guys? Today we're gonna have a slightly less dusty topic. It's gonna be on the Petro dollar versus euro dollar, Saudi ditches the US currency when it's doing trade with dollars. So what's this mean? Is America collapsing? Is Brics finally beginning to do its thing? Well, that's the conversation. Let's get it.
So early, but here we are. Just this Sunday, one of the biggest economic deals of the century just came to an end. The long-standing petrodollar agreement between Saudi Arabia and the US just expired on June 9th, 2024. Now this system, which has been in place for 75 years, marks a
Actually, guys, give us 1 more minute. Well, actually 2 more minutes, then we'll be back.
Nazarene on the track.
And we are back. We are back. Finally, it's kind of interesting. When I speak to Pan-Africans, they're always coming for me, Kaiser, you're a coon, and all sorts of terminologies that they spew at me. But the reality is, I'm not a coon. Nor am I a true Pan-African either. I'm simply an analytical mind that looks at things from certain points of views that are vantage points. Meaning, to simplify this, right, in ways that can actually make sense to the people listening to this. My mind will not allow me to booty clap to some ideals or ideas until they start to show fruition. Brics has finally done its first step towards de-dollarization, as well as settling and creating their own currency, and which is what Saudi Arabia is doing right now, where they have stated that they will not renew the contract with the American government for the petrodollar. Now, of course, you amateur economists and geopoliticians, right? You guys think you know what the system is, right? You're like, oh, the petrodollar. No, petrodollar is not really a thing, and it's not what's maintaining or upholding the US dollars to be utilized in the international market. It is a component of something called the eurodollar system. Everybody trades every commodity in either dollars or euros, but 60% of the market is in dollars. That's what we call the eurodollars, right? They take on more than 80% of the market, right? So anyways, let's go ahead and let's see what Saudi Arabia doing to gain freedom. Make sure you like the show, share it, and subscribe.
Huge shift in global economics. So in today's video, I want to help explain exactly what's happening, why it's happening, and how this will affect us and our future generations. So with that said, let's get into it. Hi, my name is Andre Jick. Hope you're doing well. Come for the finance and stay for another boring macroeconomics video, phase 2. So initiate the storytelling and dramatic music. So when most people think about global trade, they're probably thinking about commodities. And when they think about commodities, they're mostly thinking of things like corn or wheat. But there's one commodity to rule them all, and that is oil. Now at the center of this.
And here's the thing, I think this is where the misconception that the oil is the largest commodity. It's not, right? It is a large commodity, and it is a singly large market. Yes, 80% of the world's market is euros and dollars traded. And I'll share my screen in a second just so that we can sort of gauge how far this euro-dollar system functions. But the brother obviously is misinformed, right? There's a lot of values put on the petrodollar system. Yes, the petrodollar system is significant, but it's not the thing. It's the eurodollar system. And that's where everybody usually gets it wrong. Petrodollar is part of the eurodollar system, not the other way around. Alexis says, Kaiser, you're back. I thought you gave up on us. Well, it looks like, unfortunately, my black jeans are too dusty and I had to come back for the second time, right, over here. But yeah, let me just share you something a little bit, then I'll kind of expound on it a little bit more later so that we have all a solid understanding of the eurodollar and petrodollar system, right? As I said, the petrodollar is part of the eurodollar system. Yeah, so if you look at this, right, follow my mouse. If you look at it in the 1920s, right, the strongest currency used to be the pound, the British pound. That was during the British Empire, right? And even before that, 1900s, right? The British pound took a significant portion of international trade. Obviously, the franc also had a significant portion as well. The franc actually had more portion prior to this date, right? When the French had the power, in the 1600s all the way to like 1800s, etc. However, the British took control at some point, right? Now, if you go through time, after the 60s, the British pound being used as the reserve currency keeps decreasing to a point whereby now we are around 5% of the world reserve currency is the British sterling pound. The Japanese yen is around 6%, and the euro is around 21%, and the American dollar is around 60%. So what that basically means is these are the currencies that are actually useful and exist in the world. It's the Canadian dollar, which is actually doing pretty well. 2.1% of the international trade is conducted in Canadian dollars, right? The French franc obviously fell down because the French adopted the euro, right? The Chinese renminbi is actually making a big move right now with the 2.3% of the total market, right? This is international market. Pound is doing well, Japanese yen is doing well, And of course, we got the euro and the dollar, right? That's why we call it the euro dollar system, because euro just means outside of America. It even includes the Japanese yen, right? But my point is here, right? There is no such thing as a petrodollar system. That is just a small component of the greater whole. I know that's a bit confusing what I'm saying, but let's get this. Mobutu says, Kaiser, are done collabs if that malnourished Wilson Grand Fisk. Kaiser, are you done collabing with that malnourished? Low.
The petrodollar system is at its core. That's why when most people around the world think about what money actually is, they're probably thinking about the US dollar. But it wasn't always like that though. Between 1720 to 1815, if you asked someone to name a currency, they would have probably said the French livre, because it was France that held the reserve status from 1720 to 1815. But then, if you asked someone to name a currency between 1815 to 1920, you would have probably heard the British pound. Now, after World War II, everything changed with the creation of the Bretton Woods Agreement, because after that point, most people would have probably said the US dollar. Now this happened because the US was pretty much the only standing superpower after World War II. But this system wasn't about one thing. It wasn't about commodities. It was about cementing the dollar's role as the world reserve currency. Because being the one money to rule them all gave that country access to two specific superpowers. And one of them was economic stability. Stability allows for things like international trade to happen. If you want countries to trade, you need a common value and a common money that everyone agrees to. And the second superpower is the country whose currency becomes the one benefits from rising asset prices, including treasury bonds, which is seen as safe. So countries park their wealth in.
Yep. So let me give you an example, right? There is something called treasury bonds or treasury bills. I'm going to do a very sort of basic explanation. But basically, let me use America as an example, right? America can issue out the American government, instead of asking money from taxations alone, they can create what we call treasury bonds or treasury bills. Any country can do this, by the way. Now, American treasury bonds and treasury bills are known to have a more or less 100% payout. What that basically means is when you have corrupt African politicians that steal money, or anywhere around the world, they can take that money and then go buy American treasury bonds or bills. It would respect that the American government, within the contractual statement, within the bonds or bills, will pay the money. So if the maturity rate time is 10 years, they'll keep paying the interest rates and also the full amount within that 10 years. And the American government does not default on their bonds. So what that basically means is America can keep borrowing money. They can always pay it back. But here's the thing. America can print money because everyone is using the American dollars as their reserve currency, right? Basically means if I want to buy something from Ghana, I'm going to be using American dollars. If I want to buy something from Nigeria, same thing. Everyone uses the dollars or the euros, right? I mentioned a couple of other currencies like yen and the pound, right? And the renminbi. These are the only relevant ones. However, the euros and the dollars is 80% of the market, meaning America can just keep printing money and it can always pay its debt back compared to other countries. Now, African countries, they take debt usually in dollars, right? Even when they take debt from the Chinese, it's not in the Chinese yuan, it's in American dollars. What that basically means is these countries in Africa have to work hard, have to change the structures of the economic processes, right? So that they can pay the debts back. If they don't pay the debts back, they're going to be caught up in a situation whereby no one would want to give them a loan in the future. But America can always pay its bonds back because they can print money. And this happened after America, changed its system, right, from Brent onwards into this, new cash system based on printing money. It's no longer based on specifics value that's attached to the dollar, which is gold, as an example. But right now, it can be exponentially printed into oblivion. So I hope that makes sense. That's why America is the richest country. Of course, there's a military aspect. There is the petrodollar aspect, but these are kind of accompaniments.
to money that is seen as stable to preserve their wealth against inflation and all the other currencies. That's why countries like Japan, China, and the UK are some of the biggest holders of US assets through foreign exchange reserves, roughly $7 to $8 trillion worth. But then in secret, another superpower was made for the US dollar, and that was the ability to control the world's energy.
The standard of living of all Americans can be traced back to here, the vast oil-rich deserts of Saudi Arabia.
Our house is your house.
There's an Arab saying, the sands are blowing. And I submit to you, King Fahd, that if the sands of time give us any hint of the future, it is that in the days ahead, the friendship between the Saudi Arabian and American people will be a strong and vital force in the world.
Now, after the dollar got off the gold standard, it became the super petrodollar, and it replaced gold by what some people like to call black gold, aka oil. Now, how this happened is one of the most interesting stories that has ever happened throughout history.
The petrodollar is actually a device invented by Kissinger and Nixon.
U.S. President Richard Nixon sent his Secretary of State and
Again, as I stated earlier, right? The petrodollar is a sub-component of the larger eurodollar system. It is not just petrol or energy commodities that are traded in dollars, but everything is traded in dollars. If I want to buy from China, right, they take American dollars, right? They also take Chinese yuan, right? But we have to buy the Chinese yuan, and you can't directly convert your African currency into the Chinese yuan. You have to buy American dollars, right? Or go to, let me give context, right? If you want to trade with China, you can either use Chinese yuan or you can use a dollar, right? You can't use some other dusty currency. You can't go there with Kenyan shillings and be like, yeah, can you exchange me Kenyan shillings into the yuan? They won't do it. What happens is you buy American dollars from them or your own central bank, and then you go to China and then they give you the yuan after you already have the dollars. This happens in about 90% of countries around the world today. So the eurodollar system is what maintains American power. This is why an American can be working in a fast food restaurant, but he's still getting paid more than a Kenyan doctor. It's not because America is more productive. It's because America is the world reserve currency. I want to make that very, very clear.
and National Security Advisor Henry Kissinger to Saudi Arabia for a secret meeting.
That meeting took place on a battleship called the USS Quincy, and very few records were kept of that meeting. But Roosevelt promised the King of Saudi Arabia weapons and protection in exchange for the United States to have the exclusive right to develop oil from Saudi Arabia using.
So when you guys watch some of these geopolitical events unfold, you'll say things like, well, America is a hypocrite. America is allowing the Saudi Arabians to be anti-women. Women can't drive. They have a dictator in power and all that stuff. Because what you're doing is you're projecting. Saudi has always been, from the inception of this whole petrodollar system, I believe in the 70s, being a supporter of America. It's an American ally. Even now that it's part of Brics, this is just them having a slight tumultuous moment. Saudi is a member state of American interest. There's no way they're going to go around coming for Saudi because they're their ally. Everything is about leverage and allyship, right? Who do you value? Who do you like? Who is doing something that you want done for you? So African countries need to stop trying to play into these geopolitics, calling out America for being hypocritical. We all know America is hypocritical, but they can be because they have power, they have leverage.
Using dollars. Meaning, if countries wanted to trade the most important commodity of all, oil, they needed to get their hands on dollars. And from that point on, oil would be priced in USD. And if a country tried to get their hands on oil without using dollars, that country historically needed more freedom in their lives. And it's this arrangement between...
When he says that country needed more freedom in their lives, he's basically saying that the American government will go and colonize them and free them from oppression, aka go and invade them, right? I want to make that very clear. That's what the brother is saying from based on my understanding. Again, guys, if you like the show, hit the like button, share it, and subscribe. and support Black and African media.
The US and Saudi Arabia then helps the US with dominance over global trade and helping preserve the US dollar as the world's reserve currency for over 75 years now. But just this Sunday, the Prince of Saudi Arabia announced that he would not renew this contract. And this decision is part of a much bigger trend where
As I said, right, this is very recent. Today is Tuesday the 11th, right? Sunday would have been last week, actually the beginning of this week, technically, right? So as of the 2nd, right? Not the 2nd. I don't know what's wrong with me, right? As far as the 9th, June 2024, the Saudi Arabian government, right? The prince and other legislative leaders that rule this country said, no, we're not renewing the contract with America that was created around the 70s in order for it to be a petrodollar system. That basically means Saudi will be accepting other currencies to trade apart from dollars. Now, I believe this is a move by Brics because Brics has finally made its first move, right? Brics has been around since 2003 or 4, whatever it is, and yet they've done nothing. So this is a major significant move, and I'm interested to watch how this move unturns, or rather unwinds, as we look at things deeper. This is a rather fascinating move that Brics is making through Saudi Arabia.
countries are ditching.
And this is why America is showing extra interest in countries like Kenya, because South Africa, being its main correspondent when it comes to trade and technology in Africa, has turned to this new movement called Brics. So they need Kenya because Kenya is a likely country that is highly intelligent, highly technologically advanced, that can actually replace South Africa. So a lot of moves are happening right now in real time. This is the new Cold War, and it's going to be happening, right? Different countries like Russia, America, France have different proxies fighting for them within the continent. So this is an interesting time. Welcome to the new Cold War.
Dollars in international trade and oil transactions.
The dollar looks like they're dumping it.
The world's largest oil producer, Saudi Arabia, is reportedly asking to join BRICS.
As more and more developing nations, including some of the world's largest economies, decide to ditch the dollar in their bilateral trade, voices of concern and even despair are being heard in the US over the looming end of America's global financial dominance.
But the question is, what does all of this actually mean? Ask yourself this question. What is the US famous for exporting that the world is buying? I'll give you some examples. China is famous for being the world's factory. It makes and exports everything. Germany is known for its engineering and high-quality manufacturing. BMW, Porsche, Mercedes. Japan is a major exporter of electronics, cars in the world. Russia, famous for its natural resources, its gas, its oil, its coal, its other minerals. Brazil is known for its agriculture, one of the biggest exporters of soybeans, coffee, sugar, and beef. India is a major exporter of software services, tech, and pharmaceuticals.
The point that the brother is trying to get at is America makes way too much money, right, GDP-wise, regardless of the fact that they don't really contribute significantly in the export market, because they actually facilitate all transactions across global trade. America is the middleman getting its hands with money, right, through most transactions by doing nothing, simply by existing and printing more money. In 2008, we had something called the credit crunch, right? That was not because of the banks giving off extra loans to unqualified new homeowners who weren't able to keep up with the payments. No, that's not what happened at all. That is a very small part of an internal market. The real reason why we had a credit crunch in 2008 was because there was a dollar short circulation around the world, meaning people didn't have enough dollars to trade with each other because everybody only accepts dollars. So because there was a shortage of dollars, we had a worldwide crisis that occurred whereby less people were taking money and doing less investments because money was in short supply.
Known for fashion and luxury. Ferrari, Lamborghini, wine, pasta. The Netherlands, famous for happiness, flowers. Now there's actually a lot of things the United States has by far are US dollars. We aid a lot of countries with a lot of money. By design, we are the world's biggest money exports. So the question is, how does being able to export dollars help the US economy? And the answer is, it helps in every single way imaginable. Because having the
You ever wondered why African countries have to take, these loans or sometimes even these donations? The donations are not because African countries are poor and that they don't have enough money to feed their people. No, it's nothing to do with that, right? If you're looking at any sort of economics, especially looking at central banks and how money moves, the reason why African countries have to take these donations is because that money is kept in the Kenyan or Nigerian or Ghanaian central banks as euro dollars, that they can now use that money to actually buy machines or other useful things around the world so that they can industrialize and develop their nations. They don't actually need American dollars in the sense that, Africa is poor, we need money so we can buy food. No, that's not what's going on here. We need that money so that our balance sheets on our banks can be fulfilled and can be balanced correctly, because we cannot make or print American dollars. We have to earn it. Earning it is difficult because now we have to now trade and sell things in dollars to other people around the world. Now, if there's a dollar shortage around the world, people are not going to be willing to buy our products. So as you can see, there is a very, very balanced control of how money works, right? It's genius, actually, right? They make you dependent. They make everyone need to use it. They even manufacture potentially, right? I'm just a comedian, don't take my word seriously. A 2008 credit crunch so that everybody knows that without the dollar, everybody loses, right? This is a very carefully orchestrated system that is functioned and maintained by America. When I was in the UK, I used to think to myself, why is the UK poorer than America? A doctor in the UK is getting paid $30,000 a year on average starting salary. In the America, it's like $60,000. And I was thinking, why are they being paid double? And it's not like the cost of living in America is higher. No, it's not. Especially in some cities and states, it's really not. Then I realized at some point, go down this journey, that there's something called the Eurodollar system that controls the whole world economy, right? And there's powerful people who want to maintain it that way. I'm not mincing my words, but yeah, go ahead, IC3, give your submission. Shout out to you. Thank you very much for coming through to the Polymath Empire.
Yeah, thank you for this show on this topic as well. I think that what you've been saying, a lot of people, it's going over their heads, but it's so important. Your presentation, it's on another level. I don't think people actually capturing the magnitude of what you are presenting. It's massive, absolutely massive. And I don't know, I think you need to say about 6 or 7, you need to say the same thing about 6 or 7 times in different ways, because because even I'm struggling to get my head around it, because I think part of it is it's a psychology, is that it's horrible to accept that. It's like when I talk about white supremacy. It's so annoying to people. It's like, what? Who could be supreme over me? What do you mean this euro dollar? What is it? 80% of the market. What's that? It's the magnitude of power that is hard for people to actually hear, because they don't want to hear it. They want to believe it. That's what I'm saying. To what you're saying, it's fantastic that you're making this presentation. It's so important to get an understanding of actually how the world really works. Because it's really interesting what you said there about the charity. Well, I didn't realize that. Yeah, I knew that there's something fishy going on, but it actually makes sense. You broke it down. You must accept our charity.
Yeah, we have no choice but. We have no choice.
But you see, but that statement is so painful to accept. What do you mean Africans have no choice but to accept the charity? That people will hear what you just said, but it seems like an insult. It seems like an insult, so it can't be real what you're saying. It's really difficult. You have no
Yeah.
choice. You have to accept my charity.
I see three. There's a time when I was even thinking to myself, why are these African leaders keep taking this money from the West and then they have to do the West bidding? Then I thought to myself, let me figure out why. Then you do
Yeah.
the books, you look at the numbers, and you realize, yeah, we have no choice. It's not because we need the money for food. That's how they make it seem. But no, they
Yes.
need the money to balance their banks so that they can now go and even try and attempt to industrialize because no one
Yes.
else is taking other currencies. If you look at that sheet that I showed earlier, right? I showed that the euro dollar system takes up 80% of the market, right? But
Can
if
you
you
show
look at it,
that chart
African
again?
currencies are nowhere
To be
there,
seen.
meaning we are 0% of the market.
Yes.
We're not even in the market. We're nowhere to be seen.
Thank you.
Right? It's
And this is
Japan and maybe the
yes.
UK and China. That's it.
Yes. And this is what I've been saying from I kind of knew, but you made it clear. I kind of sensed it when I first came onto your channel, and I kept posting in the chats currencies, you know, comparing the currencies, say that the white man's currency is worth more than the African currency. But so that was my way of trying to get my head around all of this, and you've broken it down. You've
Yeah, man,
broken it down.
we had to look at this system because, as I said, right now the only way to break from the euro dollar system is this stuff. Africa has to do intra-continental trade. We have over 1.5 billion people. If we are able to trade amongst each other, we can at least allow us time to start to develop. The issue is we don't want to sign these contracts with each other because we're now afraid that they're going to put sanctions on us and they're not going to give us the donations or the loans that we now need to build our individual countries.
Yes.
And we don't even trust each other because exactly that's the issue. We're stuck in a catch 22. We don't really. It's a very interesting situation that we're stuck in.
Yeah, I think if more people understood this, I mean, this is major. This show what you're doing now. A lot of people need to get their head around this because it's not easy.
Yeah. 1 second. Let me just respond. 1 second, Chuku. Then you can come through. Right. MD2 V4. I don't think you fully understand what I'm saying here. Right. This is nothing to do with American exceptionalism, even military power. Well, military power is there somewhere in the back, right? And you said other countries place trust and value in the dollar, then the pound, and then the ranking goes down. It's not the pound. It's a euro next, right? It's called the euro dollar system, right? Euro is 21% of the market. The dollar is 60%. Pound is about 5%, and the yen is 6%, right? The thing here is about liquidity. Right. Let me explain what liquidity is. It's not just a feeling; it's a real thing that everybody seems to
feeling.
Liquidity. Right? It's not a feeling; it's called liquidity. MD2. Let me explain to you. MD24. If I go to Japan right now and I have Kenyan shillings and I want to change the Kenyan shillings to a Japanese yen, you know what they're gonna tell me? Get the fuck home. Go home. They're gonna tell me to go home. But if I want to exchange Kenyan shillings to Japanese yen, I would have to go first to the Kenyan central bank, buy dollars from the Kenyan central bank, and then the Kenyan central bank will send the money in dollars to Japan. Then that's how I exchange my shilling to Japanese. Meaning, if Kenyan central bank does not have enough dollars in circulation, or there is a big payoff that they need to make, for example, debts that they have to pay off to the IMF or these euro bonds, they're not going to allow me to take my money and convert it to yen because you have to buy dollars. So this is a real thing. Dollars is liquid. I can go to any country right now with dollars and they're going to give me their local currency. I can go to most countries with the pound and they'll give me their local currency, right? These are what we call reserve currencies: pound, yen, euros, and dollars. It's to do with liquidity. Go ahead.
You see, the issue with Africa is that we don't know how to use the West to our advantage. Like India, like Indians know how to use the West for their own advantage. We have to come together. That's what in India, most of the companies, most of the stuff like gas stations are owned by Indians. The Indian people are smart. They know what they're doing. The Indian people are more smart than us. They use the West for their advantage because they don't know how to use it, but we don't. That's the sad part. We don't have our own area in the West, like own Africa. We don't have that. That's the part. We're not united. That's why Africa need to come together and create our own identity, own company, create something to use the West for our advantage. Because that's what other countries are doing. That's what Asia, Chinese, Korean, Indians are doing. They're using the West for their advantage because they know how to use that. They know how to do it, but we don't. That's a problem.
I don't know. I don't know.
Like,
From what
actually, we agree what I just said.
yeah, from what Kaiser just said, the Indians and all the others are just as dumb as all of us because they're all under the one system, the
Yes,
one
they're all
currency to
under-
rule them all. So
yes.
nobody's smart. The white
But
people have made everybody, all the dark is stupid.
yeah, but here's the fact: we didn't say India more smart than us. India is smart. A lot.
No,
India is
so
smart.
let me give context.
You don't
Indians are not
understand.
smart. Let me give the context, right? So if you look at the GDP per capita of India, it's actually lower than Nigeria. However, India does have what we call manufacturing power, right? They have Tata Steel, they own Range Rover, whatever. They've been able to sort of gain some power in some manufacturing and industrialization. But here's where India succeeds us as Africans. India is what I call a single administrative region, meaning India is a country of the same population as Africa. Africa is disparate countries that are having independent, sovereign, disparately administrated regions. Let me make that in simple English, right? India can get taxes from all the regions, create what we call economic hubs, and focus on those areas where they have now technological and manufacturing booms. But the average Indian is still poorer than even the average African. So India has what we call projection power. They can project power because of, again, being a single administrative region. Chuku, they can get taxes from all the Indian provinces and then focus on specific government projects. Africa, we can't do that. We go to every African country, we have different rules, different tax rules, all of that stuff. It's much more difficult for us. They're not smarter. They're just region.
Next thing reason why I said okay, most of the gas stations in the USA is owned by Indians. That shows you something. Indians smart. They know what the Indians.
No.
That doesn't.
He doesn't understand.
I think a gas station has got nothing to do with this.
No.
It's got nothing to do with it, man.
I'm saying like Indians are moving up in the which when like the power, like the power, like internet, like wealth that lasts for generations. India moving up in there, and we're not. India moving. That's what I'm saying. India moving up in the
No,
wealth
they're not.
power.
They're not.
No. India is not. Let me give you an example, right? Let me share my screen right now and show you the GDP per capita, right? India's GDP per capita is about $2,500 per person, right? That's actually pretty low, right? Let me show you what African countries are doing, like Botswana. Botswana's GDP per capita is much higher. The difference is Botswana's population is small, so that means the government can't get as much taxes, so they're not going to be able to do what we call industrialization. So Botswana's GDP per capita is about 3 times higher than India's one, right? I'm just using one random black African country, right? South Africa is around 6,000 and maybe it's 5,000. A lot of African countries are richer than India in terms of per capita. The thing with India is very simple. They are a single administrative region. I want that point to be very, very clear in everyone's mind. They have the ability to take taxes from 1.4 billion people and then create what we call economic hubs or economic zones. Certain cities in India can carry out and they focus on technology, but most Indians are living in poverty.
Okay, but I ask this question. Why Indian Americans the wealthiest people in America? Why is that? That's a good. I'm asking. Why Indian Americans the most wealthy in America? There's a reason why. Because Indians know how to move. I'm just saying you.
Oh my God.
No. That's nothing to
the Jewish
yeah, hang on now. Let's not bring up the Jews either. But the Indians are not the wealthiest group because they're special. Let me give this again. Let me explain again. India is one country that is the same size as Africa as a whole. They have a single administrative region, meaning they can get every Indian into the best schools. All the smart Indians leave India, then go to America and work for these Fortune 500 companies as managers, right? The best Indians leave India. That's why India is still a shithole. And then they go to America to work in America. If Africa had a single administrative region, aka Kenya was a hub of Africa, we had the same tax laws, all of this stuff, I guarantee you'd be seeing Africans dominate even more because we would not have all these redundancies. If I go to Ethiopia, I want to trade with Ethiopia, I have to pay taxes on both directions of my money. I mean, legally speaking, obviously I'm not talking about what we call chini and manji, under the water, right, deals. According to the legal standards, I'm paying double taxes. If I'm in Kenya, which I am, If I want to buy a car from Japan, from anywhere, and import it into the country, I'm paying 100% tax. If my car is worth $5,000, I'm paying $10,000 to get that car over here. We have what we call redundant tax systems that prevent us from unifying. If Africa was a country, I guarantee you our universities will be the best in the world because all the smart people will be going to those select economic hubs. I hope that makes sense. India, the fact that India is not an economic power is a fact of what I'm saying. India is a shithole. Now, China is different. China is trying hard because they actually tried to get rid of all westernization. They became the manufacturing hub in the world. And they were able to now export and make us dependent on them. That's how they're able to fight against the Eurodollar system because they have enough billions, hundreds of billions of dollars of actual Eurodollars in their command. And here's the thing. America, right? America can always put sanctions on people they don't like. They did it with Russia. The only reason they're not going to do it with China is because they need China. American economy is directly linked to Chinese economy. They cannot make things by themselves. If they could, China right now would have sanctions. It's all about power. But yeah, go ahead.
You see, you gotta realize the reason why where some Asia, what HGP do? They go to America, then they invest back home. That's what most HGP do. But Africa don't do that. Africa don't do that. That's the issue. We go all this Western country, but then invest back home. That's the issue. That's why Asian people are smart enough. Because Asian people know what they're doing. They use the West for the advantage. For us, we don't use that. Right. That's the problem.
No.
Yeah, one second. I keep seeing stupid comments on the chat. Right, shout out to you again, Darth. Right, but reason mostly likely after Second World War. What was America producing? America has never been a producing economy apart from cotton or whatever it is, and that's sugar. That's a long time ago. Right, America entered into the finance market and they made their money using force of power. Yes, they utilized the petrodollar to start beginning to sort of colonize other countries to take on their currency as the what we call the reserve currency. Is nothing to do with what you're saying. America's never really exported much to the international markets. As I said here, like this is a simple timeline, right? In the 40s, right after Second World War, right, America is already beginning to start taking hedge in that market. By 60s, it now takes on a significant component of international trade, right? Euros is then finally in the 2000s started to gain momentum, right? But no, America did never really produce anything. Neither did the UK. The UK was the previous what we call foreign.
It's not the dollar, though.
Say that again, one man.
It's not the dollar. The American hegemony is not the dollar. Is a cultural appropriation. That's the real American. This
guy is trolling.
One man is trolling you, Kaiser.
Yeah, but anyways, we got a couple of people. We have to give their presentation. Donta, then Alan, one man. What's your thoughts on the conversation so far?
I'll let my Oyo go first.
Thank you, Al. So that is my contribution. Actually, the American hegemony is a subsidiary at the dollar, but substantially cultural appropriation, and that is really where the American strength is. Because they've managed to make their culture the most aspired to culture globally, and that is where the manipulation is. So everybody is Americanized. Everybody wants to be Americanized. Everybody follows the American system of things in terms of the cultural soft glove. So that is really the American strength. A lot of people feel it's the dollar or the military might, but it is actually cultural appropriation.
Wow. Could you expand on that a bit? Can I ask you a few questions on that? Because that is quite a heavy statement.
Let go around first.
Did you listen to Soul Train as a kid? I see 3.
Yeah.
Did you wear the flared trousers?
Yeah, that's right. That's
Did
right.
you have the
Yeah.
bouffant hair with the afro thing?
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Did
No.
you walk? Did you walk like you had a limp, thinking you had swagger? It's cultural appropriation. That's the
Okay.
American strength.
Right. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I
I'll let
think
others speak, and then I want you to expound on actually how that took place. Go on then. Other people.
one man I normally agree with you, but this time I'm definitely gonna go with Kaizo. I think Kaizo really nailed it really well. I think it's two things: it's the finance and the military. And by the way, when I said the Jewish are the richest, I didn't mean it by any way negative. And I think they deserve it after what they've been through. The brothers deserve to be in a good place in the world. Absolutely. But so yeah, the reality is the American military and their finance, the way they actually finance different things in the world. I think that's what led them to where they are today. And also, yeah, the culture. They used all those things to sell their culture. That made it all work. Hand in hand. So the reality is.
So Al, let me come in there in a second, and then you can finish. Shout out to sponsor of the stream. We got Flexed Up with $5. Shout out to you for actually helping Kenyan economy, right? Every super chat that I get actually helps the Kenyan Central Bank, right? Because what happens is the money goes to my British account in pounds, then my pounds goes into the Kenyan Central Bank. So then they give me the shillings, right? It's a whole process. But every money that you super chatters do, you help us fight against the euro dollar, and you help Black Africa gain some money so that they can industrialize. Shout out to you for the $5. I wish this chart showed percentage shares in 2008. I might even go Flexed Up and do a show on the credit crunch in 2008. I believe that it was somewhat manufactured by America so that they can show dominance in the markets, right? Because by them crashing the market basically means everyone knows that we're all heavily relying on them so that we don't fight against them. Again, that's an interesting point. Shout out to you for the support. Yeah, go ahead, Al.
No, I mean, absolutely. I wouldn't be surprised if there's something behind it also, because, for example, in fact, who own if you look at the African continent, the amount of money America is borrowing us, in the continent before the Chinese, this shark loan that's been going on in the continent. Do you know how much money they made behind those loans, over the years?
Actually, Al, that's a good point. You brought up the Chinese, right? Because if I ask the Africans listening to this show, let me show you how even China scams you and puts you into a debt trap. When China is trying to build you an infrastructure project, let's say a train from a capital city to a port city. Okay, let me use Kenya as an example, from Mombasa to Nairobi. What China does is they don't give you the actual euro dollars. They don't give you $2.3 billion evaluated for that project. What they do is they have Chinese little mathematicians and accountants from the Chinese Development Bank. They give you an estimate of how much the project costs. Then they bring their own people, their own materials, right? Meaning they don't actually lose any euro dollars in that whole procedure. Not really, right? Because they have most of the materials already. They have the industries, manufacturing, all that stuff, and they provide the labor. So actually China is using Africa and the rest of the world on this whole Belt and Road projects to make euro dollars from us. So they don't give us dollars, but they just basically make dollars out of thin air because the debt is in dollars. It's not in yuan. It's not in our own local currencies that we can now pay it back. It's in dollars. So when you guys talking about BRICS is a new thing, BRICS will be a global power to help the global south. It's a lie. Until China changes the currency that they give us debt in, this is simply another form of colonization. And I know I respect China. I like that China is acting as an alternative, multipolar sort of adversary to the West, meaning the West is willing to deal with us in a more favorable deal, the way that Kenya is now dealing with them. I like that and I respect that, but China is not a savior to Africa. They are literally putting us into traps whereby they manufacture a cost of a project. The real cost of this project is much cheaper. It's going to be around 40% cheaper. But they do it anyway. So I want to make that very clear. We don't have any friends. Africans, we only have each other as ourselves and the diaspora if we can utilize it.
100%.
Absolutely, Kaizo. You remember when I mentioned the airport in Freetown, when the previous governments, hand it over to the Chinese, and it was bloated. The amount of money, that the Sierra Leone government would hand over to the Chinese. Apparently, I think I need to do more research in it, but the little knowledge I had about it, it was a good thing that the current president actually changed that contract and handed it over to the Turkish, and they had more value for money by doing so. And if you look at the airport in Sierra Leone today, the way they build it, there's no way the Chinese would have actually done that. It's actually one of those examples. And quite a while ago, when I read a lot of the contract that we given to the Chinese and the other countries in the world, it seemed like the Turkish contract tend to be more beneficiary. They tend to be more stronger and cheaper than the Chinese contract. So, it's just
exactly. So you know exactly what I'm talking about, Al.
Yeah, you're spot on.
When the Kenyan ministers were grilled on why they took very expensive Chinese contracts as opposed to taking it from either Germany, France, or Turkey for building the railway, one thing that came to note, and it didn't say this in the deposition, but one thing that I started to realize is that, unfortunately, as Africans, we don't have because again, we're dealing with the Eurodollar system, we don't have the liquid capital to pay the German companies, all these other companies that are competing with China, meaning China has complete monopoly because they provide the whole service and they loan us the money as well, meaning that's why they are able to control the market. So when Africa reaches a point where we can actually pay in real time for these services, we can now actually compete at competitive market rates.
When you say control the market, you see, really, we got to understand what is the market. I think you made it quite clear in the beginning of the conversation. He says 80%. So basically, the market is actually an entity. So there's nobody controlling it outside the US and the white people. The market is an entity.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Without it.
US and its allies control the market, yes.
Because the issue, actually, we have to build generational wealth. That's the way to solve the problem. Build generational wealth. That's what Asia is doing. Asia is learning. Asia is doing generational wealth because Asia is learning from the white people. Then okay, so let's do what the white people are doing. We have to learn from Asia how they do it. We have to learn from them because Asia was once not a good country, but Asia come up booming. There's a reason for that. They learn. They use the West for their advantage, but we haven't learned that yet. We all go to the West, but we haven't invested in Africa. The way to solve it is generational wealth. Create companies. Create own Black African company. That's the way to solve the. That's just to solve the problem. That's one way to solve poverty in Africa by building generational wealth. That's one way to solve it.
But
we
I disagree.
One man went to Mo was really onto something, but the level of discussion is complicated enough with what Kaiser's presentation. If we go on to what one man went to Mo, people will say we've lost it. Yeah.
But actually, do you agree that we need to build generational wealth? Do you agree with that? Africa needs to build generational wealth to solve the poverty. That's one way to solve it. We all come together and build generational wealth.
That sounds nice. It's easy to say.
It sounds nice, but how do we really get that? Because as I mentioned, okay, it's kind of funny, right? We talk about countries like Singapore, and yes, Singapore has had good leaders, right? But Singapore has only succeeded because they are what we call a Western allied nation, right? So the only way to succeed, it seems, is there's three ways to succeed in the so-called world economic markets, right? Either you become a Western ally and they respect and trust you and they're not just using you for the short term, right? It's not a pump and dump situation. Or you have a regional power whereby you bring your economies together and trade with each other, right? Europeans are doing it, right? So the Europeans created the euro to combat America's rising power because they know militarily America rules them, right? America is the godhead of the European powers. European markets are only there because America allows them to be there and operational because of that. And of course, there is a racial aspect, right? America is going to protect a European nation ahead of even an African nation, even if the African nation is also allied. So there's different factors playing right now in real time. Now, the Africans, if we
Bro,
want
that's
to
why I said
actually,
Africa was weak the other day, bro. I told you the other day, and people was like,
Mhm.
you just being negative. Africa's not weak, bro. This is one of the example of how Africa's weak, bro. Y'all don't got y'all own money. Y'all talking about Brics and America money, bro. Like that, y'all should be talking about Africa money, like y'all said. But the leadership is on some bull, selling y'all out. They gonna get rich and go to European countries and leave y'all to deal the consequences of being debt slaves.
Yeah, but don't I mean we're really control, right? So let's say, uh, okay, for example, like I know you guys just think Africans are low IQ. Do you think Africans don't know that if they traded with their own currencies, that things would be better? I'm very sure that if because I've read
Yeah,
the
but y'all
IMF.
should trade with your own currency and be united on some
I
of that shit,
know,
and then
but
like work on being on some business with the world. Y'all don't really like stand on business. Y'all got other people doing business. Y'all should be out here giving the world business. Y'all are the beginning of the world, bro.
Yeah,
right.
we are. Right,
Go ahead.
I agree. I agree with that. I agree on that. Definitely, we're not big. To be honest, one sad thing is we're not big business factor, and also, we one thing our countries actually should be doing in Africa. While the continent is split, into different countries, the only thing that could actually benefit these different 53 countries or whatever is having different trade deals with the world, right? If this country was been so clever where they can actually have different trade deals, to the world, someone needs to mute, and that would have been absolutely brilliant, because then, we can compete with the world. We might be able to export, some stuff from this country, but the other countries export. But unfortunately, in fact, that could also be a disadvantage, because if you look at Ghana and Ivory Coast with the cocoa beans at the moment, they're not behaving like brothers. They're both fighting different interests. But some countries can export cocoa beans, or some countries can import. For example, machinery. Have someone need to mute. We can have different trade deals that suits the regions and the continent in a different way. Because
But
if the
how,
continent,
Al, let's put you in a position as an African leader now of a region. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, the people are happy. Their bellies full. They're all happy, and your country's running along, and you're everybody thinks you're a great leader.
Yes.
And the dollars are coming in. The charity, the dollars are coming in as a result through charity. So you got your dollars, and people are buying. You can buy things and so on. So things are rolling. Then you decide, you know what? We need to get away from this dollar. So you're leader now. Now, if you start to correct me if I'm wrong, Kaiser, if I understand this. So if you now start to say, you know what, I'm going to team up with some other African leaders, and we're going to do business internally within Africa, and we're going to try and get rid of the dollar. Once you start making those talks, once you start making those talks, that's going to upset the Americans.
Oh yeah.
And then the dollars will stop flowing, and then the people will start to suffer. Is that correct?
That is exactly it. So let me give you a what I
That's
like
another
to
reason
call.
why y'all weak though. Y'all ain't got no like people. Y'all ain't got no organizations that can go to countries and do stuff. America got that. These other countries got that. They got Russia got their whole what's they called the UGK or whatever.
Oh,
I know
yeah.
they, but,
Yeah, they have their
and we got the CIA, the FBI, the ATF, all that. What does Africa got like that?
Our foreign policy is non-existent. Yes.
Yeah, Dante is correct. So IC3, one of the issues is we don't have any relevant what we call bilateral trade agreements within African countries. As I mentioned earlier, right? Why am I? If I want to go to Ethiopia right now, Ethiopia is literally right next door. I can travel to Ethiopia by bus within the next 20 hours, and I'll get there. Even less than that, right? But if I go take a plane, which takes 2 hours to get to the capital, actually it's around 45 minutes, right? I'm gonna pay £400. £400. I'm paying the same amount that I'll take to the UK to go to the next country right next to me. And one of the reasons for this is because we don't have what we call bilateral taxation and trade tariff agreements. What basically means is we're paying double taxes on each direction. African countries, do what I call a cannibalistic capitalism. What cannibalistic capitalism is that we eat our own selves in the name of some Scottish capitalist writer. That's now the problem, IC3. We're eating ourselves.
In different words. Well, everything you just said there, say the same thing again, but in just different words, so I get my head around it.
Okay, good.
Africa is
so
eating
in
itself.
Africa,
when you're talking on this
have,
kind of stuff, you can't say, you can't illustrate it. You've got to actually say what it is you're talking about. Because Africa eating itself, what does that mean? How exactly is Africa eating itself?
Great question. So Africa, okay, let me explain. I'm gonna convolute it a little bit, but hopefully everybody follows. There's something called the IMF, right? The International Monetary Fund. That's the World Bank. It's more or less the World Bank, okay?
Yeah.
The American, reserve is also there, right? It's also controlling the IMF. So what that basically means is no country around the world can sustain its own economy under the current rules unless they have dollars to trade, or they have a benefactor. Now, North Korea doesn't have dollars, but they have a benefactor, China. China is helping them. So if you don't have a benefactor or American dollars, your country collapses. Or you can have gold. Also, gold can be traded. That's how Zimbabwe managed to not have the country turn into a shithole, because they were illegally trading gold, because Zimbabwe was removed from the SWIFT system. And the SWIFT system is the monetary exchange system around the world. If you send money to me right now through Super Chats, you're engaging in a SWIFT system. Your bank sends the money to Google. Google sends the money to my bank, and then my bank sends the money to my Kenyan bank, right? So there's a whole communication, and every part of that system has to be administered by America.
Hold that point there. You said that they were illegally trading gold. That's kind of a heavy statement. How can a nation be illegally trading?
Because they're under sanctions. They had sanctions. They were not supposed to sell gold in the international market. So according to America, they were illegally trading gold. So right now, Zimbabwe, America got taken to court by South Africa and Zimbabwe in the South African court. And they were found, almost found guilty. So America withdrew the sanctions in Zimbabwe. However, they maintained sanctions on the president and the executive factions of the Zimbabwean government, saying that these were illegal people trading gold in the international market. It's a whole mess, IC3. It's a whole mess. But let me just finish my statement, right? So right now, you must engage with America and using American dollars if you want to survive. You cannot make them yourself. You can't print them. You have to now sell products that other people want. Now, for you to sell products, you cannot be sanctioned. If you're sanctioned, you cannot engage in the SWIFT system. If you can't engage in the SWIFT system,
sorry, Kaizo, does that include China and Russia?
China can't be sanctioned because China is a major American trade ally. Meaning, America can't produce and manufacture things themselves, so they need China. So they haven't put those heavy sanctions on China. What they do is with China, they put marginal sanctions. Or sanction a couple product like Huawei's phones, but they will never actually put sanctions on China. But yes, Russia has sanctions on them. However, Russia can succeed because Russia has what we call dependent commodities. Gas is a very simple example. Without gas, Europeans starve. They die every winter. So there's some countries like Russia that have so much resources. Yeah, go ahead, Ribadu.
Yeah, sorry. I just want to stress a point or make an observation. You see, I really like this your idea, but the issue is in Africa, we are not even looking inward first, right? Most of countries in Africa, we have the resources, but we lack the literature to kind of have a plan, a policy, to formulate a policy to utilize our resources to make it work for us. For instance, now Russia was kicked off the SWIFT system when they started this Ukraine war. But it is there for all of the African countries to take a lesson from that. Russia survived. Russia was engaging in trade with China, India, and Argentina, and all sorts of countries without using the SWIFT system. How did they manage to settle that international trade? That is one. Then, secondly, I think here in Nigeria we have this currency swap arrangement between us and China. But how many of our people are taking advantage of that? Then secondly, thirdly now, Brics is coming up with this their e-currency, right? Or something like that. I mean, the whole issue is is our leaders really ready to make a monumental change to be independent from the American hegemony? Everybody now is running away from America because look at their debts. In 2023, November 2023, about 51% of international trade was settled out of dollar. Look at the development that is coming from Saudi Arabia, OPEC itself. So all these things are there, but the issue is our leaders don't even know what to do. I mean, we have no direction. How many countries in Africa come together and say, okay, let us formulate a system that we can trade within ourselves, you know? So it's a very complicated atmosphere that we need purposeful leadership. We need technical know-how. We need to come up with indigenous policy that will work for us and for the benefit of our economy. So this is all I want to say, but I'll come in later much more again.
Yeah, that's great stuff. Great stuff. I mean, Kaizo, I mean, for example, the Ivory Coast, right? Ivory Coast got a very good trade deal with the UK. I wonder how many Africans are taking advantage of those trade deals, because we know, for example, the chocolate that we consume in the UK, in the evening right now, when you pack a chocolate, we go, coming from...
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. One second, just before you go through, I want to respond to Ribadu.
Of course.
Ribadu, your analysis is not bad. It's missing a little bit of flavor, though, right? One of the issues is, okay, let me create a very simple sort of one-to-one logic arrangement. If, let's say, Nigeria is a perfect example, actually. Thank you for bringing up your country, right? Nigeria had to go to the so-called free-floating currency because they were forced to by the IMF. I've read the IMF recommendations and papers. So they were told by IMF a couple of years ago that they have to remove their currency from subsidizing the currency, right? And of course, whatever happened to it or whatever will happen in the future will happen, right? But what happens is they force us into these contractual agreements. If we don't comply to these agreements, or what we call economic restructuration or adjustments, we don't get loans from them, and we need their loans because we don't have industrialized nations in Africa, so we can't produce what we consume. So one of the few sort of solutions for this is if Africans consumed what they produce. If Africans produce what they consume, that can help out significantly. But the issue with that is we have a large middle class, and I'm one of them, right, who love these lavish European, American, and Chinese equipment. It is what it is. So the middle class in Africa, unfortunately, is one of the issues. We're not just talking about high-end computing for work or very practical things. We're talking about cars, right? Luxury cars because they feel good. We want to zoom fast instead of developing our own car industry. Like Ghana has it, Nigeria has several, even armored vehicles, but we don't support our own people because we have these attachments that European powers have this significance in aesthetics. Now that's it. So the middle class in Africa is one of the biggest problems that we have for freedom.
Hold on, Charles. Charles, hold on one moment. Let me just insert this as a question. Who is more beholden? Are we more beholden to them for those loans that you described, or are they more beholden to us for our resources?
Sorry, can you repeat that one time, one man? I didn't hear your Nigerian voice.
No. I said, who is more beholden? Who owes who more? Are we more beholden to them for those loans that you just described, or are they more beholden to us for our resources?
Good point. I will say that if we were organized, we actually had what we call an African Union that functioned and had the same rules as the European Union, actually functioned more than just a a political power, but an economic hub, then we could actually leverage our resources. What that basically means to people listening is, if Africa was united and organized, we could basically prevent other countries within Africa with these
don't go
resources.
to unity.
Hang on,
Go
hang
to
on.
no, do it individually. Let's use Nigeria because
No,
Nigeria
individually, then they would.
That's why that don't work individually, bro.
Will Nigeria starved of Western loan, or will the West starved of Nigerian resources?
Right. To answer your question individually, they have the leverage because they have what we need more than they need. Because if they don't get the oil or gas from Nigeria, they'll get it from Somalia. So if they can get it from somewhere else, they don't have to give each individual country the best deal. But if we were unified and organized within, again, a proper African Union that functioned correctly, then we could actually leverage our power. But we don't have that unity.
Good argument. Great argument. I agree with that.
You see, you know what the West said, or could the West basically pick out president for us? They pick out president so that they can share our resources. But they pick out president for us so that the president can align with their way of thought. So it's our resources. Most of the presidents in Africa are puppets to the West. I'm sorry to say this, it's the truth. Most of the presidents in Africa are puppets to the West. The West pick out president. That's what the West control all these countries. Because they pick the president from those areas. This is all the resources.
Kaiser, you're right also. Look at the amount of military equipment that Nigerian is manufacturing at the moment. But look at these Sahelian countries like Burkina, Mali. They're going to Russia and going to America and China to buy this equipment.
Exactly.
You know,
doesn't make sense.
No. And I even saw some of the Eastern European countries came to Nigeria to buy their military armored vehicle during the Ukraine war. You know, it's just ridiculous. We ignore our own market. You know, we go and help another, brother buy from them, and then we complain about it.
Yeah. So in solution mode, because a lot of us we're talking about the problem and you're trying to clarify the problem, which you've done excellently, Kaiser, but it's still going over a lot of our heads. But the solution is, I think, was hinted at by what one man went to Mo said, where he talks about cultural appropriation. People, so I know a lot of people, it sounds like, well, what has that got to do with anything? We're talking about business here. We're talking about dollars moving from here to this place. We're talking about industrializing. Well, what do you mean cultural appropriation? What has that got to do with money and business? But it's huge. It's the actual foundation, and that is where the solution lies.
In that IC3,
I wasn't talking about culture appropriating just any Americans. I was talking about culture appropriating Black Americans.
Just to add, that's the leverage that the Americans have over the world. Cultural appropriation.
Yes.
Not guns, not dollars, not anything else, not even politics. It is really because the whole world is Americanized, and that's the leverage.
I mean, Donta, you guys have done a lot of great work making America a great country. But
is my network that is bad, or is across the board? Because I cannot hear what you guys are saying.
Oh, no.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me now? Or?
Yeah, I said. Yeah.
Oh, we can hear you, everybody. We can hear you. Hello. Okay, maybe you broken up, but yeah, I mean, African Americans have done a lot for the American empire to advertise it, to make it look trendy, to make it look normal, where I mean, it's an irony how the continent of the American United States of America hate so much the Black people that actually advertise their economy and make their country look cool, and make the culture look acceptable. And it's ridiculous. Why, it's kind of baffling me how these people still don't have Black people at the top of the pie.
That's real racism, bro. That's real hatred.
What is?
You see, the way that Since that,
Well, it's racism that they are not, they haven't put black people at the top of the economy, black people in the top of the government, and in the top of everything else. The black people actually made America look more cool. Is that racist?
Yeah, well, since that Nigeria, America kick off and what? The next target will be Nigeria. The next target for the West will be Nigeria. The way I'm saying that, because since that Nigeria kick off French and Mali, the next target will be Nigeria. The French next target will be Nigeria to put the military. That's the next target. Actually, why is our president Nigeria going to France every time? The reason why, because he basically a puppet to the French. He's basically a puppet to them. That's why the next goal is to conquer Nigeria, the French. That's the next goal, the West. Because since in Nigeria, America kick out them, the next goal to take Nigeria. See, they know what they're doing. The West, they know what they're doing, and we are puppet because our leaders are not smart. Our leaders are smart. Our leaders realize what French is doing is basically going to Nigeria. Since that, they realize, okay, since Nigeria don't want, let's go to Nigeria. Since Nigeria is the most powerful country in Africa, let's use them for our goal. Until we have our leaders don't realize that the West is using us.
Why do all of us keep saying that leaders are not smart? The leaders are not smart. The leaders don't know what they're doing. Why do we keep doing this? Let's just for a moment just say that they are smart. They know what's going on. Yes, but they haven't got the solution. What is the solution? It's not that the people are stupid. It's not that they're not smart. It's that they don't. Somebody hasn't come up with the idea.
I think some of them are smart. Some of them are just too selfish.
Just to add on to what you said, I say three. They do have the solution. They just don't have the leverage to implement it. Anybody on this platform can come up with the solution to pretty much all of the malaise that afflicts the African continent.
Right.
So the solutions are easily reachable, but they don't have the leverage to implement it because they are so beholden to
So how then? Yeah. Okay, so how do they get the leverage? How can they get the leverage?
I'll answer that, but I think Ribadu wants to come in.
Yeah, allow Ribadu to speak because he want to come in. Come in, Ribadu.
Yeah. One man, I 100% agree with what you said. All what has been lacking is the leverage, you understand? And I think now we are at a crucial point that the leverage is there because there is nothing in this world that bring opportunity and changes like chaos and crisis. So I think if our leaders would be prudent enough, because the West, especially United States, has their boot on our neck for too long. Now that they are not in a more stronger position like they used to be 30 years ago, I think now is if we can get it right, we are at a junction that we can say, okay, let us see our option. You understand? Let us see our option. What can we do? It's not necessary. It's not must for us to take their raw calling on us, like what the IMF will come and preach us and the conditions. We still have our own resources. We still have our own population. And it matters a lot when it comes to formulating a policy. We can easily, even though, as the lady said, we can choose between China, even Russia. Look at what the other African countries are doing, right? Because it's a fact in a third world country, definitely you must have a backer. Look at what the Syrian president did. If not because of Russia, he would have been a long gone history. So I think now if we can put our arts together and say, okay, no, we are not going to take all these things that it's impossible for us. I mean, we can, with our scarce resources, we can still manage to stand on our feet. For instance, in Nigeria, my country here, all what we are lacking is just adequate power and industrialization. If America is not willing to give us nuclear power for electricity for domestic use, Russia is there, it's ready, Chinese is there, in fact, even the Indians. So why can't we just say, okay, once for all, let us just gather that courage and say, no, enough is enough. Even bit by bit, even if we are not going to do it straight ahead, at least let's start something. Our fundamental problem is just power and industrialization. When we have steady power, economy will begin to act. Just like the lady said now, if the federal government would put ban on foreign cars, our automotive industry will come up. We have more than, I think, 4 different assembly plant, up to defense, indigenous ones. Look at India, for instance. All their civil servants, all their government workers doesn't drive foreign vehicles. They drive made in India. Why can't we emulate something like that?
No, because you haven't got the industrial base. That's what Kaiser was saying earlier on.
Kaiser is not a lady, by the way. He just likes to cross-dress every now and then, but it's not a lady. At least
Sorry,
biologically.
Million apologies. Is the picture that
the
delusion
picture you were talking about.
Because you see the issue with
The
that is
leverage
that
and the power has to come. Africa has to be able to deal with the Black Americans. Black America has to be able to deal with Africa. It's like the two ends of a battery, positive and negative. That's where the power will be generated, and they've got to try and keep the Black Americans away from the Africans and the Africans away from the Black Americans, because any way those two link up in any significant way.
The issue is you're in UK sitting down, man. If you come,
you see the issue with that is like African people are docile. We don't speak out with docile. The citizens of Africa are docile. They don't speak out. They're so docile.
The network is really bad.
The Americans are the opposite.
We can hear you okay, Ribadu. At least one of your stronger, so carry on. We're enjoying you. Carry on.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Ribadu, I know they woman, I they man. But yeah, shout out to another sponsor of the show and helping the Kenyan economy with another $2 super chat. Keep going down this path. This is important.
Yes.
Kaiser, would you agree that African people are docile? We're so docile. We don't speak out. We're so docile. Like we allow the suffering to go. Like we're so docile. That's a problem.
That's why you need the diasporans to get together, bro. The diasporans know what's up. We see how they treat y'all, bro. We don't like how they treat y'all. The ones of us who know and the ones who are somewhat Pan-African, we see how they treat y'all. We know they don't the world don't mess with Black people, and they don't mess with Africa like that. They will use Africa. They don't care about the people in Africa. They'll use y'all resources. They don't care about y'all. And if push come to shove, they'll take y'all resources. That's why, like, what's the strongest Black military in Africa?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. That's why I'm so mad at Africa.
What do you mean? What is
the strongest Black military in Africa?
Why? Depending on what region you're talking about.
Which country has the strongest military? I know the Arabs is in Africa. That's why I don't count them. And when I say the strongest, like Black military,
Nigeria got a very strong military. The Republic of Guinea got a very strong military. As you've seen, what let me give you a good example. Right?
Who can go up against you?
Listen to me. The NATO, the North
or
Atlantic,
China or Russia.
Hello, can you let me speak? North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO military, was in the Sahel fighting jihadis for over 10 years. They couldn't defeat these guys on the ground. But our military, with less equipment, were doing better than NATO in Africa. These guys are not militarily stronger than us. They just have the right equipment that we don't have, right? But even with the equipment, we have proven them to be tougher and to be more better fighter in our ground than them. Do you understand? Just stop interrupting. The only thing is we are not. I agree that we're not as organized as we should be. I definitely agree to that. But in West Africa, we have countries like Guinea, Nigeria. These countries are always ready to fight anyone that come their way, regardless of the insecurity that you see in Nigeria, which is internal. Every country, when they have internal issue, is a problem. But internal issues are not the easiest. Even America, as strong as America is today, if they have internal issue, it will be difficult to contain. But yeah, we do have strong militaries in Africa, and we do have guys that can fight better than your military guys with the right equipment.
What? You see, don't you have to be like we Africa. We're docile. We don't produce. We're so docile.
Hey Charles, why don't you stop saying we are docile? Why don't you say you are docile? Because I'm not docile.
Exactly. Stop generalizing here. It's not good. That's not a good mentality to have to start with. It's what got us where we are, to be honest. Generalizing. Yeah. Yes, brother. Everybody, I can hear you.
You see, one more thing that comes to my mind. One thing that comes to my mind is that whatever the Western people come with to our country, we don't really give it a good scrutiny. Like for instance, now, in Nigeria here, I'm from the north, from northeast precisely. We have this northeast governor. We have this Northeast Governors Forum. It's an organization that consists of 6 regional governors. It's more like a think tank for the region. It shocked me when I found that the whole literature of that organization was written by France. Even their office complex was built, maintained, furnitured, computerized by France.
Oh my God!
So I mean, how do you think we can get it right when our entire think tank is being designed, run by a foreign country? That is
Are you talking about the Northeast?
And then secondly,
the Northeast, yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking about the Northeast.
What
We
does
have
the French got to do with you guys there?
Oh God!
I mean, what is what is
the Northeast Governors Forum is a thing.
Yes. I that's a big shame. Are you Hausa?
And also there is all NGOs coming now. They are coming with intervention from secondary schools, or from junior secondary school to senior secondary schools. If you see, they will bring all sorts of books, computers, laptops, and along the way they will come with their own curriculum. So imagine from day one, our children are being taught with a curriculum that is designed from outside the country, a foreign government. This is the reality of Africa in general. You understand? How many thousands graduates are we really pushing out of university year in, year out? But are they marketable? Look at the syllables. All these are influence. It's an indirect way to kind of manipulate us, to make our youths predictable. We are not given the chance. We are not given the chance to use our own education to solve our own problem. Imagine somebody with a degree of master's writing that, right? So an engineer, imagine a graduate of engineering, maybe a bachelor or even master's for that level, and still writing application for a job. They are not even thinking of, okay, I'm a graduate now. How will I put my skills? What will I invent? How many patterns do I have over the next 2 years? How many patterns will I submit? How will I commercialize my skills? How will I monetize it? How will I solve my immediate community problem? So when we have something like this, definitely we will look docile. You understand? So it's not the problem. It's in the entire structure that is in existence that has issue.
Right, it's the whole structure.
So I mean, it's not outright crazy,
Yeah.
One second,
sorry.
Then you can go through. Just shout out to another sponsor of the stream. We got Felipe Lindsay, my Creole brother over there from down south with a $2 super chat. Appreciate your support. Keep going down this path. This is important. We also got a new panelist, and then we'll let Al go through. We got Gassimap. Gassimap, have you listened to the show enough to make a comment? If not, I can give a brief sort of recounter, and then you can respond. Or you can go ahead.
And I would still appreciate your brief recounter, but go ahead, Al, and then I'll appreciate Kaiser giving that recounter just for the record.
Yeah, and also just for people listening, I'm no longer I am a free man now, right? Shout out to me. But yeah, go ahead, Al, and then Gassima can go ahead.
Wait, hold on, Al. Before he goes, wait. Are you divorced?
No, you
I
should know what
had
I
a
mean.
fake court against me, so it's finished.
You had a
I'm not
what?
free. Fake criminal court for the last 2 years against me. I was falsely accused of something.
Man. Okay, listen. I told you you could have went to some, DBIs with Ike and some Babalawos with one man, and you would have gotten rid of that case the minute it happened. They would have taken the person's name to Ogun, and you would have been good. But you want to be high IQ African when there's juju there that will help you. So continue being high IQ. We that use juju, we know the problems we avoid. So go ahead, Al. Sorry.
Yeah, well, congratulations, Dr. K. Well done, well done. No, I mean, Ribadu, my brother, it is a shame that we still have those, people on our necks in that region. And it's a really shocking factor. And as you mentioned, education is the reason why that region is lagging behind. And, I don't know what to do. In fact, one of my main plans in the future is to actually travel back to that region and see what I could do to help those people in that region, to actually advance them in terms of my knowledge, how I can pass this on, to the locals, over the years, because I do know you are my people. I can tell. Even I did try to ask you a question, but I don't know if you understood what I meant. But it doesn't matter anyway. We're all the same people, regardless of the tribe, that you belong to. But I think the northern elites are badly.
Can you speak Fude?
Yeah, I can speak Fula very well. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and speak it to him. Let's hear.
Everybody can pull up. I will like pull out. Everybody, I will like pull up. No, it's gone. You got.
I don't think everybody is Fulani. Maybe he's Kanuri. He's on the northeast, so he's probably Kanuri.
No, but let me tell you one thing, right? The Fulani in Nigeria, how they speak is different to the Fulani in Sierra Leone. The Fulani in Guinea how they speak is different to the Fulani in Senegal. So just because we're all Fulani, it doesn't mean we all speak the same language. It's back. But sometimes
is the language? I thought the language is called Fufude.
No, it's Pulo and Pula and Fulbe. Fulde is the one in that region. He's back. In Guinea is Pulo. In Sierra Leone is Pulo. In Senegal is Pulaku, I think. Someone must correct me. Ribadu, do you speak Fula or Hausa?
I'm a Fulani man.
Me come Pulo.
Okay, no, not Chomrino Sare.
See, you see what I mean? It's slightly different.
Hello, I don't know.
Minanima, Miyetima.
Yo, I remember, right? You Fulanis are a little bit funny, yeah.
I don't live
Yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, go on, Kaiser.
Yes. I am a red-blooded Fulani man.
You see, I am a half Fulani.
Yeah, no.
But yes, but my dad is.
So Fulani. Do you dig men? Do you dig men?
Oh my God, Kaiser, man, what's wrong with you?
Yes,
Kaiser, isn't that haram? Isn't that haram according
Kaiser,
to
that's haram?
Yeah. Let's go back to the money talk. Shout out to.
Nice to hear.
I think I have been the only black man in one man show.
Kaiser, where's the recap? Can we get the recap, Kaiser?
Yeah, that's right. The recap, and also in the recap, could you please show your thoughts on how? Because a lot of people say, Africa needs more education. How does the euro-dollar impact education?
Right.
IC3. We don't have a question for you.
Okay, go ahead, Mike. Then I'll go through.
Yeah, no, Kaiser, please don't let Mike come into real this week. Kaiser, don't do this week. We were having a great conversation. This guy's gonna come.
No, that's him up. Gazimov,
bad
you're
boy.
very interruptive.
Yo,
You're
yo,
very
yo, everybody
interruptive,
chill, chill,
Gazimov.
chill.
Okay,
Chill
okay,
out,
hang on, Mike.
Gazimov.
Mike, Mike, let me give the review so far, and then you can come through.
No,
So this is a
Cass is
review.
supposed to respond after Kaizo's review.
Yeah,
Mike just came
fair
in.
enough, fair enough. Okay, yeah, you then, Mike. Great point. So here's where we are, right? There's something called the Eurodollar system, right? Amateur economics and geopoliticians will call it the petrodollar. No, there's no such thing. So during the 70s, America and Saudi agreed to sell oil only in dollars, which is true. That's what they call the petrodollar system. However, the petrodollar system fails because it's not just the petros being sold in dollars, it's everything around the world. Okay, that's not true. 60% of all commodities around the world is traded in US dollars. 20% is in what we call euros. And then the rest is in yen, 6%, 5% is in the British pound, and then the Chinese renminbi is about 3%, meaning every other currency is more or less obsolete in the international markets. Nobody wants it. Nobody is willing to hold on to it because there's no way that they can dump it easily without losing money. So right now in Africa, we are caught up in this what we call catch-22 Eurodollar system. Kenya is an example. People ask, well, Kenya's got agricultural lands. Why don't we grow enough food? Why are we buying food from Russia and Ukraine, such as wheat products, when we can grow food for ourselves? Well, the reason we don't grow food for ourselves is because we grow cash crops. We grow avocado, dragon fruit, we grow coffee, tea, and cut flowers. These are examples of agricultural exports so that we make dollars back into the Kenyan economy. Now, we need the dollars because we can't facilitate international trade because most international trade is in dollars. Nobody wants a Kenyan shilling. If I was to go to Tanzania, even they won't take my Kenyan shillings. What will really happen is that I'll have to buy the dollars from them, and then I would have to trade the dollars into the Tanzanian shillings. If I go to Korea right now with Kenyan shillings, they'll just tell me no and laugh in my face. However, if I use my Kenyan bank, what will happen is the Kenyan central bank will basically let me buy the dollars from them, then they will give the dollars to the Korea, and then the Korea will give me the Korean money. So basically everyone is using the Eurodollar system. So what that basically means is if Africa was to, or an African country was to sort of rise from this, we need to focus on a couple of things. We need to be able to produce what we consume. Now, the middle class is an issue because the middle class like all these lavish things from France, Europe, America, and China that they don't really need. It's not important for their business. They just like it. An example is expensive cars, Ferraris from Italy, etc. All those things, the middle class and upper class like it just because of the aesthetics, because of the status symbolism. So they're not going to buy a car from Ghana. They're not going to buy a car from Nigeria, like the armored vehicles that they produce, because they don't have class distinction value. That's one example there. Now, for Africa now to industrialize, right? For let's say for Nigeria to have a productive steel industry, they need these corrupt politicians who also stole the money and invested it in France and UK, London City real estate to bring that money and buy these assets, or rather percentage of the companies in Nigeria, so that money can circulate. Because remember, we don't produce steel. We don't produce a lot of the building blocks for industry. Therefore, we need to buy them, but we can't buy them with our currency. So yeah, that's the Eurodollar system. Petrodollar is just one component of it. Now, so far, Saudi Arabia, because of Brics, I believe, they have stated since just 2 days ago on the 9th of June that they will no longer be only selling oil in dollars. They will be selling oil in other currencies as well, because they're trying to fight against the Eurodollar system and they want to de-dollarize. So yeah, that's kind of the basis. Yeah, go ahead, Kasim.
Right, Kaiser. Well said.
I mean, Kaiser, excellent point. I'm just going to be brief. My 2 quick points of this. Once again, I've talked to you about this, Kaiser. Do your research on Meiji Japan. What did the Japanese do when Commodore Perry used gunboats to break into Japan and the Japanese quickly industrialized? How did they raise commercial activity in Japan to the point that they were able to get strong enough taxation so that they now use that to industrialize Japan, right? So Africa actually is industrialized. The problem is the industrial capacity is deteriorating. So That is one. I want you, while other people are talking, Kaizo, now that you're here, if you can quickly, even if you just browse Magi Japan, how are they able to raise funds to establish themselves? That's one. The second part, as you quite eloquently pointed out, is the African, not just the African middle class, it's the African elite. Their taste for foreign consumption, conspicuous goods, has always been their downfall. That's even the reason why they engaged in the so-called slave genocide in the first place. Anyone can quickly Google the article. The PDF is there, what Africans got for their slaves. You will see these people were getting umbrellas, top hats, gin, bottles, rum, all kind of nonsense that they could have easily, if they had taken the time, as Philip always talks about, reverse engineering the technology that they encountered, reverse engineering their language, because I think the language was the biggest gap. And that's why even to this day, like I was telling to Niger the last time with one man, we learn chemistry in English. We learn these things in a foreign language. But the periodic table that you should know was invented by a Russian, right? And he didn't invent it with the English language. So I think the language gap is something that we Africans have to acknowledge. And when we use our language to restructure things, I think adding to what the Japanese did as a blueprint, that might be a great solution. And last, I'll say this. It's not going to be easy, because what that means is that, one, you will now become an enemy of state to MI6, CIA, FBI, all these foreign institutions. That's one. And I don't think Africans, have the stomach to really fight against the West. When people like Mike, I'm going to come at you, pause. When people like Mike talk, you can tell they're not ready to fight. They just want to enjoy life and, live good. They're not prepared to fight. Like, look, let's fight for our rights. Let's fight for a strong Africa, because that means you're not going to get favor from the West. They're not going to like you anymore. I don't think the African elite
you are prepared to fight.
Are ready to do that. So I'll end there. I hope you guys respond.
Okay, you are prepared to fight. Okay, with what? With noise. Just talk.
I think. Hello.
See, the thing is, the difference is this, man. When we want to fight, we just fight. We don't talk about it. We don't talk. When we're in a position to fight, we fight. And when we fight a battle that makes sense. We actually get power first. We organize, we strategize, we plan, and then we go to war. That's how real, real soldiers fight. It's not, you don't determine who's ready to fight by who's making the most noise on the internet, talking about, oh, screw the white man, wherever the white man, and then they go get a job from the white man. And, that's not, that's not how we do things. Real people don't do things like that. There's time for everything. There's time for peace. There's time for war. There's time for everything. So at this moment, I'm not in a position to be going to war with a white man. So why can't I just be at peace? Just because I'm not going to, fighting is not coming online screaming, so hell with white man. God, no, that's not me. That doesn't mean I'm not someone that can fight. When it's time to fight, we fight. I don't know how you know whether I can fight or not. I don't know how you're able to figure that out. How you able to know that? All these guys, man, noise. I deal with a lot of them a lot, man. They will play warrior, and when the white man show up in the room, they become quiet. I know a lot of them now. Oh, blackity black. Oh, the black man. Yeah. Oh, the only people they get tough, act tough. With is their fellow black people. But as soon as a white man walk in the room, you be like, God damn. They become calm. They become gentlemen.
Mike, you gas him up. Mike gas him up. Why are you always?
No, I wasn't talking to him.
No, but I don't understand why gas him up. Always trying to, go hard on you like that. Gas him up. Can you just go easy on Mike?
I know a lot of people like that. There's a lot of them in America. They want to tell you how to be a black man.
Can you at least be civil towards Mike? Because the only time you come here, you're always trying to pick on Mike for no reason, bro. Just come and make your point and leave Mike alone, yeah?
I attack his ideologies.
Yeah, but just chill out, brother. It's getting too much now, man. We out here to, we're out here to do something positive,
I don't need you.
I
Yeah,
don't
so
think.
I have a question.
Well, it's true though, isn't
I
it?
don't
Yeah, I have a question.
Okay.
Yeah, one second, guys. I have a question for the panelists. And shout out, guys. Make sure you send a super chat so that Kaizo can be out here every single day. And I'll bring you up in a minute, Nigerian first. I'll remove myself for you. It's a full panel. But the question for the panelists is this: Europe was able to create the the EU, European Union, and also basically utilize it to settle themselves as dominant force in international trade. 21% of all global economy is resolved within the European euro. So can't Africa have a freaking currency? No regional whatever group of these alphabet communities in Africa have their own currency. EAC, no. Failure. SEDEC, no. Failure. Central Africa, that's just a whole group of dictators. They don't even count, right? You go to West Africa, ECOWAS, nope. So why is it? I know why, right? I get it, right? There's all these covert operations occurring. They're telling you if you create these monetary systems, we're going to put sanctions on you. You're going to be removed from SWIFT system. I get it. And these are real issues. But why is it that we can't just prepare, get enough industrialization so that we can start from scratch, have several countries in Africa build and start to think about retaliating against these systems? Otherwise, we must just as well align ourselves to the best master. Kenya's aligning itself to the West, etc. Why can't we do it?
The leader of Niger, when he went up against France, he gave the good example. He he cut his salary in half or something like that, and he reduced the salary of all the civil servants. Yes, and he's just driving a little truck or something. The leader that took over, that kicked France out, he's cut everything right down, including himself. His salary's cut right down, and he's living a nice, simple life, giving an example. So I think that's an example of the way forward.
So I don't think it's Niger. It's Burkina Faso, but yeah, shut up.
Is it?
Because Kaji, in Europe, they trade with each other. We know in Africa, in Europe, they trade with each other. They work with each other in Europe. That's why. That's the reason why they unite and work with each other. In Africa, we don't do that. That's the issue.
Maybe that's because there's nothing to work with, I mean, if you say, hey, let's work, you don't have tools to work with. Hey, let me go find someone else to work with. So you have to have something to work with. I don't think anybody will reject to work with anybody else. I mean, people work with people when they see something to work with. Okay, hey, you have this. Hey, I work with you. I don't think if one African country begin to produce everything Chinese or the Europeans produce, Africans will still be going to the Europeans. We all go to that country, that African country. We rather, that make better sense. We rather go to the African country and get what we want, or to the deals that we need. So
can I cook you for a second? Right, let me cook you for a second. Africa's greatest value-added export. Do you know what it is? The Africa's greatest value-added export. What is it?
Probably the African mines, brains, I guess. That's what I can. First thing that comes to my mind.
You,
but,
Mike. It's you.
What?
It's you. It's Chuku. It's Al. It's the African people. You guys
exactly.
are the highest value-added resource that exports outside the nation. Also, 1 second to Felipe, right?
Yep.
So Felipe, Tokugawa was actually one of the greatest leaders in Japan. And yes, I understand that Tokugawa was more of the whole still kind of prioritizing samurai and all that kind of stuff. But Tokugawa basically made sure that Japan never got influence of the Western powers into Japan. So what they did is they made Japan a country that was closed away from the rest of the world, Western influence. Now, of course, after that, during the Meiji Restoration, they were now able to sort of unify things and sort of adapt the Western systems without losing their own characteristics. But they did have to lose the samurai culture, right? Samurai culture had to go, but they were still able to sort of okay. So to answer your question, Gassama, what Japan did is something similar to what we now call modern monetary theory. They were basically able to utilize the labor force of a unified Japan in order to create and focus on artisanry, and then basically be able to start creating things that they see other people are willing to trade. So right after Tokugawa region, Japan now opened itself up, but to trade, not to assimilation. So yeah, I'll get into that a little bit later on.
So my question, Kaizo, is: do African elites, African middle class, have the stomach to do what Japanese did pre-World War II? Because it seems like that is the best way in terms of a monetary policy to avoid this euro, petro, dollar bond, nonsense that everyone is held hostage by. But if the Africans aren't prepared to take the reins of the Japanese system, and that would mean ignoring Western consumption, Western conspicuous goods, I don't see any other way out. You look at the central banks of Nigeria. I mean, let me give you one thing and I'll stop talking. The Nigerian central bank president, the whatever guy in charge, Cardoso, this guy really thinks because he raised his interest rate, he's going to affect the cost of dollars in his country. And it's like he has to be just silly. He doesn't control the Federal Reserve, and U.S. demand and supply is what controls the price of dollars in Nigeria, not his interest rates. As long as his country is a nation of importers and a crumbling manufacturing base, the dollar is always going to be stronger than the naira. But this
so what would you advise him to do? What would you have advised him to do? Because you said he's
Kaizo just told us the MMT using the Japanese pre-World War II model. The Japanese already gave a blueprint. They built an industrial base without foreign direct intervention or so-called foreign direct investment. They gave us the blueprint on how to do it. We Africans don't want to do that. We still want to import fancy foreign cars. We still want the blonde chick in Sweden. We still want, to oppress other Africans. That's it. We're not ready.
Wow. Maybe Nigerian first.
I think I agree with guys.
We have been conditioned to think like that, to live like that. Don't you guys think so?
See, nobody condition you, because this is how we always run from our responsibility. It is always someone condition you. Nobody condition
It's not
us.
a matter of excuse me. It's not a matter of running away from our troubles. No. Let me
somebody condition
let
you.
me
Why don't you
rephrase it.
uncondition yourself now? I mean, if you know.
Excuse me. No, it's not really funny. It's about our own country. It's not really. I take this very serious. You understand?
It is funny, man.
Let me rephrase what I'm. Maybe you will understand me better. Now, during the military regime in Nigeria, most of our projects, our mega projects, were being built during the military regime. Why? Why is it so? Because it has consistency. It has consistency of policy and consistency of implementation. But since the return of democracy, that was tailored outside by the West. You understand? Most of our elites were product of scholarship in UK and US. So their mind was conditioned during all those eras, and they came back. The issue is the democracy we are practicing, especially in Nigeria, is not suited for our people, because there is a lot of it's not tailored to the needs of our people.
Right.
And there is no consistency in their policy, talk less of their implementation of those policies.
Right.
Let me give you one good example. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, when the Russian leaders were trying to open up their country, trying to copy the West, from Gorbachev to Boris Yeltsin, it was not working for them. So when Putin came, had it been he did only 8 years and go, that country would have been in a mess up to tomorrow. But that guy refused to go because he realized that this system of democracy that they are trying to bring to Russian people, that are not even, it's an alien system to them, it's not going to work. So that guy did all what he could because of his patriotism and stay in power. Now look at, against all odds, look at the economy. He was able to manage the resources they have, use the leverage that resources give them as a nation,
and build their middle class, in fact, up to the working class. So, man, when we are sitting here trying to practice democracy that is not indigenous to us, it's a foreign and alien structure of government and system of government imposed by on us by the US. I think
So what
our
system do
leaders
you
has been
want?
consistent.
What
What I'm
system do
trying
you
to say is this. Okay, what I'm trying to say is, yes, democracy is a good form of government, but it should be tailored according to our peculiarities, according to our needs, right? Not just because America is practicing for 4 years of tenure, then you think you will do it in Nigeria just to please them or to be in the upper hand. It's not going to work. We are
I
just
agree with
deceiving
that
ourselves,
because every nation got
and that is
different
just
system that suits them.
yeah. We
Yeah,
have
I
to
agree
have a
too, man.
government.
Yeah.
In Africa, we just
You
do copy
understand?
and paste. Copy and paste.
So now our senators are bagging 30 million, almost 29 point something million per month. What the hell are they doing? They are lawmakers. How much is teacher is earning? How much is a nurse is earning? How much is governor is earning? We copy all this from them.
Ribad, do you know why? The problem is in the African economic system, they have not separated commercial activity from state activity. So the truth of the matter is, if you want to get rich in Africa, you have to be tied to the state. If it's similar in America, because you look at Amazon, some of these big tech companies, they're all getting state and federal contracts. Yes. However, there's still a thriving middle class, which, if you look at Africa's history, during the structural adjustment program, or as Fela called the South African people, right? They decimated our middle class. So now there's no middle class in Africa in terms of job creation. So to get rich, you must enter government. And that is why a senator will look at you and say, yeah, what you're saying makes sense, but I'm never going to reduce my salary so that teachers can be paid a livable wage. It's never going to happen. So what we have to do in Africa, particularly in Nigeria, we have to force the same way the Japanese had that revolution, the major restoration. We have to force it that, look, you are going to open our ports, you are going to build high-speed rail, you are going to have a working highway system, you are going to have contract laws that are respected. I was just reading I was just watching this thing where there was a famous Omonile in Lagos. This guy would steal people's land. He was just notorious for stealing people's land. He killed one guy, they named the street after him there in Yanokwaja there. So this kind of sick African mentality, me and I were talking about it the other day. Like, if you go and challenge them, who are you? Who is your father? Who are you? I was doing business with Shagari. How dare you talk to me? This kind of sick mentality. No, we need strict contract law, rule of law in terms of corporate and business contract, so that if you mess up, I can sue you to court, and we know that the court will be holding you liable for a breach of contract. Now you can create trust. Now you can create fiduciaries. Now you can create escrow accounts, trust accounts, things whereby people can leave funds in a place. Even today, you can't even leave your funds in a bank. How many times have we heard stories of you put 40 million in Nigerian bank, one banker will tell you your money disappeared? All kind of crazy stuff. So we, the people of Africa, have to look. We have to face the reality that if we keep following these compromised middle class and elites, we're all going to die, because they don't give a damn. They are not ready to fight. They are like the other planet. They were accusing me of saying I'm a weak person, I'm quiet when the whites come around. But you never see them fight. They just want to import one car and live in one estate in Lekki or Abuja, hiding away from the people. That's their life.
I think let me shock you, panels. You see what you just finished saying. You are absolutely right. But in fact, it's good that you are even from the urban city. Me, I came from a nomadic background. Okay, why is it that now? How many ports do we have in this country, Nigeria? Why is only Lagos operating? Okay,
it's a mafia.
Because
it's the mafia. So that's the only one.
You understand? Why is it so? Why is our rivers not drenched? Why is our rivers not navigable now for ships to come inland?
Why? Why
I
are those
asked
ports?
this question, Ribato. I told them, I said, during slave trade, these same ports were working to collect human cargo. They will send the big
You
ship, you'll be
understand?
waiting, they'll send the small ship. Now they'll tell you they cannot do it.
Okay.
They'll say, it has to be dredged, it has to do this. They'll give you every excuse. But during slavery, you can take human being, but now to take cargo goods, you cannot. You see the mentality of Africa in
Africa is a joke. Honestly,
don't
Africa
even
is
don't
just.
even talk of the don't even talk of the railway system. I think the only solution to us Nigerians,
The thing
especially,
is,
the
during
only
slavery, we were exporting, we're not importing.
yeah,
So
the only
if
solution to
we're
us
exporting, it will make sense for all the
is to have
ports.
a massive is to have a massive education on in voting education and government systems. You understand? Because from 1960 to date, we never had one single head of state or president that was purposefully and in-house built, groomed for leadership. They were
what
all
of
products
Murtala?
of accident.
Murtala? What of Murtala? Do you think Murtala tried? Because that's why that Kaduna mafia had to kill him because he was going against their rubbish. They knew that
So,
Murtala, if
No,
they allowed him to stay, he
what
would have built
what
a
so,
strong Nigeria.
so Ribado
what
and
killed
Gassama. So,
what
sorry, brother.
killed Murtala? What killed Murtala Mohammed was the nationalization of British Petroleum to African Petroleum, BP to AP. That was what killed Murtala.
And that's what I'm saying.
You understand?
Those
Yes.
mafia, those Kaduna mafia said, you want to fight for Africa, we'll kill you. People like Mike, they are the ones that killed Murtala Mohammed.
Oh dear.
No, don't
And
get personal like that,
even,
Gassama, please. But
and
I,
even
I,
the
I
guy
can
that
understand the
assassinated,
narrative. Yeah.
Is there
even the
some
guy that
go on.
hello,
Yeah, go
yeah.
on.
Let me conclude.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, let me conclude. I'm taking time, right? Okay. I said even the guy that killed Murtala came back less than 3 months from UK from training. Bukasuka Dimka. You understand? And it's from 1960. The only two purposeful presidents we ever had was Murtala Mohammed and Yaradua, and they all live a short life in
Yes.
power.
Don't
You
forget
understand?
Abacha. Abacha try small. Abacha try small.
No, I think Yaradua and that's what I heard from what I
No,
had.
but
Yaradua and Murtala
if,
Mohammed were the best
No,
leaders in
yeah,
Nigeria.
the president Yaradua, the one that was with good luck, he was an honest man. That's why they killed him. You see, whenever you want to
Yes.
do the right thing,
Yes.
you have these Nigerians that will come, these backbiters, these evil people, that same spirit that killed Sankara, they will rise up. They are not ready. They will try and kill you. So that's why I said it's in the hands of the people. They got rid of Mutuala because, like you said, he realized I'm going to nationalize Nigeria's oil and leverage it as an asset to make Nigeria strong. He said, you must die. You see that when Abacha said, I'm not implementing any more structural adjustment program and I'm jailing everybody if you do the wrong thing. Do you know Nigeria didn't have any debt during the time of Abacha? We didn't have
and
any
we have
debt that we
over
owed.
we have over $7 billion US as a foreign reserve. Now today, look at
Not
our
only
foreign
that,
reserve.
not
You
only the 7
understand?
billion, strongest army, standing army in almost all of Africa. When Liberia and Sierra Leone were at war, it's Nigeria and the ECOMOG forces that stopped it. So you can see that these people, they got rid of Abacha quickly.
Yes.
Then
Even this Abacha, even this Abacha loot they were talking about, that was a fund. Yeah.
No, he steal
What
his
I'm
own
trying to
lies. Let me tell you. You know how you know Abacha didn't steal any money? If Abacha stole
Hold
money,
on for Ribato, gas them up. Just
Yeah,
let
let
him
everybody finish.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. The point I'm trying to make here is even this Abacha loot that we were talking about, Abacha predicted that US is going to sanction us. So he stashed some money in Switzerland for our business extent, international trade settlement. And that was how the genesis of that Abacha loot that came about. You understand? But people, we are so greedy and that people make profit of it. For instance, now even this EFCC, all these government parastatal that we are having, the government is not transparent. Today in United States, that we are so hungry of copying, you cannot spend $1 government dollar. I mean, without explanation. You can easily take your computer and do some certain search. You know where the money is going. But I mean, our government is so close, so hidden, so shady.
they will just read the budget, and that's just the end of it. Nobody is going to say, okay, how much is this ministry is getting? How much did they got? How much did they implement? How much did they spend? The money that EFCC is busy collecting from people. What happened to the money? What did the government do with it? So it's just madness we are doing. And if you come out, you say you're going to organize a rally. Among the people that you are gathering, they will backbite, they will stab you from the back.
That will kill you. It's your own rally, the fellow rally that will kill you.
So
That is
I don't know really.
That's
Yeah,
sad.
so what do you think of the solution?
Sorry, I said it just shows, as we spoke, in different occasions, that there is outside influence on our puppet leaders. Those that are not happy to be a good puppet get wiped out easily. And it's obvious. There's no there's no argument. The argument is done. Throughout the continent, it's been like this.
So
when is this going to stop? When are we going to put a break on it and say, right, this is our chosen leader. There's no outside influence. There's no way outsiders will come in and take him out. When are we going to stand, on the side of our good leaders and stop submitting, being submissive towards our bad leaders? This is the question.
Is there something that something more that the African diaspora can do? I understand that the main idea is that work hard, make as much money as you can in the West, and send as much money back home to Africa as you can. So that appears to be the model of what the diasporans can do. But do you think, which question to the panel, there's something else that the diaspora can do?
You see, the diaspora want change, but the issue is that the change we want, Nigerian people at home and listen to us. We want change, but not people at home and listen to us. Because when we tell the truth, they'll kill you. What would I say? It's the truth. I'm sorry, it's a fact. If you want to change, they destroy you. You want to change. Or it's a fact. That's a problem. They don't want to hear change.
Yeah, I think Ribadu want to respond to something also. Sorry, Chukwe. Finish. Ribadu.
No, I think he was responding.
Yeah.
I think he responded.
Okay. AI asks a question, right?
Yes.
About when is this going to stop? Okay.
Yes.
I think, in my own humble opinion, it's my own personal opinion. I may be wrong as a human being, but we have only two ways. Okay. This madness is going to continue. This corruption and hardship and poverty is going to continue till it reach to an extreme point when a poor man has nothing to eat, nothing to wear, cannot even walk. It becomes so extreme that unanimously the ordinary person in the street will start without consensus. I mean, without coming together, without any advice. We will just wake up one day and we begin to enter these rich people houses, begin to tear their houses, remove their car, their AC, till it becomes that hopeless. Before necessity will force the leaders to say, okay, now we are no longer safe.
Right.
And it becomes that bloody. You understand? Yeah. Because that is the first point. And the second point is, maybe if we are lucky enough, we have a charismatic person that have people at heart, that has patriotism of one Nigeria, that can command respect across ethnicity and religion line. Maybe if we are fortunate, and people like that comes only one in a century,
right.
Till maybe when a person like that get into power, like the way is it Mali or Burkina Faso, this Ibrahim Traore, of a guy, till we get somebody like that.
Yes.
Yeah, because normally a rich elite never change their attitude. They don't give a shit about a poor man or ordinary person. They will keep getting rich, especially in Nigeria. So to me, I think we have only these two options. Till the going gets to the wall, then we begin that time a poor man in Nigeria will realize that religion does not matter, the language you speak does not matter, the region you come from does not matter. It's a matter of survival. Till it reached that state before we can forcefully change the way things are. I think this is my take. And then somebody asked, what is there?
Ribadu is there already. Look, Ribadu, let's be frank. You are from the northern part of Nigeria, from the southern part of Nigeria. Let's be real. In those days, did we ever hear anybody who said they will kidnap an emir? It would not. You couldn't even dream it. If you wake up and you dream such a thing, you slap yourself after you wake up. Now go to northern Nigeria. The most violent place in Nigeria is northern Nigeria, northeast and northwest. We know this for a fact. They don't even care what the traditional rulers are saying, and and now that the north is finding minimal resources in the north, we're in for a long run because there's so many forces that are at play. You have the extreme Islamic forces that want to Islamize the area. You have the other destabilizers that want to keep the area destable so it can be like a Congo. Because if you have a strong Congo, then you have to pay for those mineral resources. But when you have a destabilized area, you have one silly strong man, you just pay him pennies. He would think he's a strong man. He drives a fancy Jeep. He has some soldiers around him with some AKs, and he'll just oppress the rest of the people. And then these foreign companies will get free resources. So it's getting there to that point. But if you talk, look, listen, I was walking through Nigeria. You talk to these young children, they will tell you school is a scam. When have we ever heard that? I'm sure you have middle age, right? When did we ever hear say school na scam? This is all across the board in Nigeria. This is what the young children are saying. So they are looking up to the West, and they are looking up to local political thugs as their heroes and as the people they want to behave like and be like. So is before we realize what will happen, Nigeria will be a place that we think that what happened in Somalia is small. Nigeria will be times 50. If we're not careful.
Do you think late Yaradua was killed, or he happened to die of disease? Because
anybody that goes against the mafias of Nigeria, you see, in the north you have the Kaduna mafia, in the south you have your southwest, you have your Yoruba mafia, you have your Igbo mafia, you have your south mafia. They all work together to deceive themselves and kiss ass to the west. Nigeria is a British real estate. You see, the Nigerian leaders are like slum lords. They hold that real estate like slum lord. That's how they do it. So when you go against them, they will come after you and kill you. Anybody that goes against those mafia. So Yaradua went against the Kaduna mafia. They killed him.
That's sad. Because he was a guy that could unite the country and transform it.
Yeah.
And he was loved by everybody. It's mad how people, you can have enemies within within your own country. Enemies within that actually holding your country into ransom and your people, and you're watching them, suffer, and you're still happy to go and work for your master.
Yeah, and what he finished saying is very correct. You understand? As far as the North is concerned, we are getting there. Today, ordinary gari is 70,000. Something that you buy maybe 7,000, 9,000, 10,000, 15,000 at most 3 years ago. Now it's 70,000. Can you imagine? In the North, we used to buy one mudu of rice 300, 350. Today is 2,200 in the North.
2,200.
Yeah, as of today.
I used to buy my acha. Acha, one derica of acha was cheaper than even rice and everything. Now, to get acha, you probably know acha, fonio. To get fonio in Nigeria, oh my God. I think one bag at that time, 2019, was maybe like just 30,000. It wasn't anything. Now, my supplier, Alaji, was telling me, bag of acha is 90,000 naira. This is what Nigeria is.
That's them up and Ribado. Do you know fonio is in the Europe? It's what they call superfood. It's a very expensive. It's the most expensive
This is
grain,
what I'm
and is
saying.
the most
Now.
is the best grain in the world to eat,
See,
and is a wild
Oyinbos,
grass.
when you tell Africa, when
Why
I
do we
was
eat
one
rice?
man,
Why do we
one man is
eat
listening.
rice?
When I was telling one man that Nigerian culture is being reduced to jollof rice, whiskey, and some useless Afrobeat prostitutes and their stupid, colorful music, he said that's the way of the future. When the Oyibos are eating your phone, you know, Bill Gates he has his eyes on fonio and African grains. We will say we are hungry in Africa. We don't need any fucking wheat. Stop importing wheat. We have fonio, we have millet, we have natural grains all over the north. We make kunu, we make cocoa, we have everything. Eat what we produce locally, and Africa will tell you is a lie. I must eat jollof rice. I must eat foreign food.
Ribadu and gas them up. The richest Fulani guy in Guinea, he owned a factory of fonio. He export them all over the world. You know, because fonio is a wild grass in Africa. It grows like wild grass. You can't get rid of it. And is the best form of grain for your health in the world. Full stop. In the UK,
what is that you're talking about?
Fonio.
What is it?
Acha. Ribadu, they call her. Then they call her fonio. Now acha, we they call them. You know acha.
Thank you, my brother. That your boy English don't kill me. Finish.
No, for their out place, those Fulani when they those other place like Senegal, Guinea, then they call them fonio, but we they call them acha.
Yes.
See, last 2 months,
amazing.
About last 2-3 months, I travel out of the country. It take only the grace of God and the prayer of my wife to come back to Nigeria. I swear to God, you know, it was so frustrating. So I don't know.
The problem, look, Ribadu, the problem I feel is that if we're not serious, and the biggest issue is they lie to people, right? Like me and Al, we have conversations all the time about northern Nigeria and southern Nigeria, right? You can inform me better. In northern Nigeria, because I'm not a northerner, so I don't want to speak on it, but you can inform me better. I've always said that when they say the North is stealing money, no, it's the northern elite. Because when you go to the North, you see that the people there are also suffering from poverty. They're suffering from hunger. They're suffering from malnourishment. But what I believe that they do in the North is they use religion. They use religion. And one thing about me, I'm not a Christian, I'm not a Muslim, but I read Quran. So the reason why I read Quran is that nobody can deceive me. So when they now tell me that we burned a girl because she insulted prophet, we burned her alive. I said, but in Quran, maybe it's haram to burn somebody alive. Show me these behaviors that you are doing where it is found in Quran.
I think it's gone. I think it's probably
Okay. I guess
I mean, I think everybody sound like a reasonable guy.
The issue of this problem is that
in terms of killing Christians or non-Muslim, it's disgusting.
You see,
there's nowhere in the Quran or anywhere that you're allowed to kill people for not believing their religion.
The issue
Chukwu, I apologize. Yeah.
You see,
No, you go on.
Our educated ones are deceiving us. The educated ones deceiving Nigeria. The educated ones deceiving Nigerians. Us speaking grammar, but it doesn't help. That's how Tinubu deceive Nigerians. But all his guys say, "Oh, see, all the educated people are deceiving Nigeria. All the educated people in Nigeria to go out to this Western world, they educated, but have done nothing. Us come to deceive us, deceiving the massive. All them deceiving the massive. Doesn't matter if it's from the north, south, east. They're all deceiving the massive. The educated ones, they're deceiving us. Why the hell you go abroad, but you don't preach what you preach in Nigeria? What's the point? Are you going to abroad to deceive us? That's the problem. I have all these educated politicians. They're dumb. They go abroad to get education, but they never do it in Nigeria with a law abroad. They don't do it.
Chukwu, what I've noticed in Africa also, this is not just Nigeria. The president can mean well, but the team, the team around the president, most of the time are the let down. And these are the people, if you look, are the people who are the biggest contributor of the president to be there. So even if the president have good intention, sometimes his team can let him down big time. You know, I've seen that in loads of African leaders, you know, especially those democratic ones, like a military leader now, you know, they don't mess about because they know it's life and death situation. They deal with things differently. But with those civilian elected government or leaders, you know, their team are one of the biggest letdown, and they tend to be quite hesitant to replace the wrong ones because they worry about losing votes in the future or losing constituents, etc. It's the same thing that happened in the West. So when what Roberto was saying earlier, you know, is, you know, us, and also I think Mike agree with and stuff like that, is the type of governance that we have in the continent. Is it really the right governance that we have? You know, is the question. You know, are we actually operating on the wrong type of governance in Africa? Is that the reason why we are not succeeding in terms of economy that, you know, that we're talking about today? In terms of
yes, 100% now.
Yes. Sorry, Kaido. Sorry.
Well, look, here's the thing.
Yes, sir.
We Africans, for some reason, and I know there's nefarious factors in, right? But we adopt the Adam Smith 19th century economics, and I'm like, bro, that doesn't work when you're dealing with geopolitics of globalization. So I'll give you. Let me break it down to a specific thing. Right now, right? If I'm a Kenyan, I want to invest in agriculture, right? Agriculture is not just helping me to get rich, but it's helping the country able to export excess food or have enough food to be stored in silos for, you know, food security. So basically, I'm doing a service to the nation. So instead of the government basically looking up, you know, through my accolades, what I've done in the past, and say to me, Kaiser, okay, you've actually created successful businesses in the past. Here, take some land. You'll pay back the leasehold of the land as your business succeeds, right? Because the government literally has the ability to just give me free land to work on their land, right? I'll be doing all the work. No, the African countries operate under crazy European capitalism, which nobody does anymore, and enforces buying or lease land using my own money, taking their own risk, rather than helping me out so that I can help the country. That is the issue that's happening in Africa. It's cannibalistic capitalism. It doesn't work.
Wow.
Kaiser,
Absolutely, 100%.
Kaiser, listen. AI, are you with me?
Yes, we're here. We can hear you, Roberto.
See, the issue is this. For instance, when it comes to agriculture, right, we have a lot of food reserve in the federal government reserve trenches, right? But do you know, could you imagine that a lot of ministers will come as the ministers of agriculture? They don't even know what we have in reserve. All what they are care of is to do another budget, buy another grains, and then stock. And now the country is in a hardship. We have food issue, right? But how many ministers say, okay, this is the right time. This is the trench that we have to bring out the food reserve and then put it out for the people so that at least it will cushion the suffering. Till after 2-3 decades, then they will begin to remove that grain that was been held in reserve and then throw it out because it has rotten already.
Oh my God. Bad management.
It's not management, it's the system. They have made the system so sophisticated that even if the politicians comes into power, they know nothing about it. Imagine now the Minister of Defense. This is somebody that from day one throughout his life, he's a merchant, he's a business person. Simply, he was a former governor. They dumped the whole Ministry of Defense on his laps. Tell me, what is he going to do about that? What did he even know about it? So it's, you guys are there in UK. If you will come, I don't know of Kenya or any other country, but this is reality. That what is going on here? You understand?
But the only thing I can say about it in the UK or in the West, some ministers that have a portfolio, they never came from the similar profession. You know, in the UK, we'll have people who actually chair education, but they came from business background, or they chair like Minister of Trade and Commerce, but they came from a different other background. So basically they're just looking for someone who can lead the team. So it wouldn't necessarily make a massive difference whether he came from a military background or from a business background. being a defense minister. So
because 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 UK because UK and US for long they have well matured established systems. They don't depend on personality of ministers. The system is there. There is check and balance. Okay, but here we don't. I mean, Goodluck Jonathan, Yaradua have 7-point agenda. Goodluck Jonathan came with his transformation agenda. Buhari came with the nonsense he came with. I don't know what Tinubu is into now. So did you see the inconsistency?
Yes.
I don't know. I think we have a lady in the platform for the first time. Is one man on the platform? One man you have been looking for a lady from the north. I think we have one here.
Okay.
So
let the lady speak.
Yeah, so shout out to Sadia Jibril. I don't know. Well, she ran away.
She's gone. She's gone.
Fair enough.
Maybe it's the
network.
Signal. Yeah, Northern network, kind of. Hey. But
Ribadu, check the back chat. I sent you a message. Check the back chat.
Okay.
But it is a shame. I think, Ribadu, do you think Tinubu, it's only been there for a year, so maybe it's about we should give him time to see how things work out, or you think his direction is not, that great? Because I think he's a bit new. African leaders, in Africa, things take a while to kickstart. When they come in, they implement their policies, and you have to give them time for it to sink in. But yeah, I think Buhari was a problem in Nigeria. Insecurity was bad. But one thing I noticed though, since this government and Ribadu, who is the current guy that leading the national security in Nigeria, the insecurity tend to be a bit more better. We hear less killing, and to a point where they actually got some of those kidnapped children back, because I never heard of that in Nigeria. So I think something might be working, or something might have started to work in Nigeria. What do you think about that, Gassam or Ribadu?
Sorry, I was being distracted.
I don't waste my time paying attention to the Nigerian, to those headlines.
Okay.
When, like Ribadu said, when the average man cannot eat Gary, when the average person cannot feed themselves, a pot of jollof, a pot of soup now in Nigeria, you will sweat to survive. And these people, they believe in free market economics. They believe what Milton Friedman preached. Now, here's the problem I have with anybody. Look, let me tell you something. Any African, and I'm not a socialist or communist, but any African that buys into any ideology of free markets needs to have their head examined. These same Africans will tell you that Africa was great in the past. Do they not realize that Africa built the biggest economies from Egypt to the Mali Empire, Songhai Empire, Ouagadougou, to Benin, to Oyo, to Old Zimbabwe, to Sliwa, to Somalia? All these places that Africa built, they were built on central command economies.
Right,
they were not free market economies.
No.
You understand?
Yes.
So again, my thing is like when you have an African leader, and that's why I said it's the mentality. An African leader will listen to a white, tell him you have to free your markets, the free markets, because they're externalities. They'll give you one grammar. The externalities within the demand supply side of what we're calling. If you look at the Laffer curve, and that's why the exogenic shocks within the African economy, they'll start speaking, and the African he doesn't know anything that the guy is saying. He just say, yes, sir. Yeah, the white man, yes, sir. And he'll just keep nodding his head. He doesn't know what the guy is saying, and he'll implement it. And then so they'll tell you it's just normal economic shocks, but no African will ever ask. Ask the white man, okay, excuse me, sir, please. How come you don't remove subsidies in your own country? How come you don't tell your own people to go through economic shocks? Right. And then the white guy will start to, stumble over his words.
I mean, the same people that actually made some African believe Egypt wasn't ruled by West Africans. It's sad. just to actually made our own people believe that our history, those pyramids in Egypt, we in West Africa had nothing to do with it. It's like, it's unbelievable. It's how some of our people are so pathetic, and we're so ill-educated, and we forgot our past and our glory. And this is what yeah,
sorry to cut you. You see,
Yes.
let us use a rudimentary example, okay? Hello, am I with you guys?
Yes, Roberto, we can hear you clearly. Yes.
Okay. The issue is this. Now, even in a classroom, when either primary or secondary, you have a teacher that teaches you mathematics or English or any subject. Whatever you become in life, whenever you see him, you will definitely something in you will make you bow your head a little bit out of respect, right? You feel, oh, this is my teacher. Right. Even if you're a governor or a president, you will always give him that that esteem, isn't it?
Right. Yes.
Okay, it's a common sense. It's a simple thing. When our founding fathers were trained by the white people, they are always bowing down their head. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. They train them. They use all their bias, indoctrination, and inculcate it in their head. They came back, and then they inculcate the same philosophy in our heads. So what I mean, it's expected that whenever we see a white man, we will tremble. Oh, master is. I once worked with one Indian company. I was a field manager then. Right. Then all the crew under me, if they see an Indian man, they will call him master, master. I say, hey, listen. If I once again hear you addressing this person as master, I'm going to sack you out of that.
Hey.
Yeah. It infuriated me a lot. Master Sanjeev, Master Raju. I said, no, you don't do that with me. If you cannot call him Mr. Raju, at least say sir. It's understandable, but not master. Eventually, the MD has to call me about what's happening. I say, sir, listen, this is my country. It was in Abuja. I say, listen, this is my country. Why would they call them master? What master are they? Who are they mastering?
Right.
But simply because they need my skills and expertise, that was the only thing that stopped that man from sacking me. You understand?
Oh, right. It's true.
In your own country as well.
Yeah.
So it's a common sense. A black man will forever bow his head to a white man. Let me tell you something. I think I once said this in one man show. Today, if you are a professor or you have PhD, it will going to take you a long time before you will have access to see your governor. But believe me, a Chinese man will come out from prison, a common talk, will finish serving his sentence in China. He will come and buy just 150,000 naira suit. Yes. He will hire a jeep. He will come to the government house without appointment. He will see the governor that day. And the governor will be there laughing out his teeth. Yeah, hello. How do you meet that?
The white man.
How are you enjoying this country?
I see trees loving this.
I hope you are enjoying Nigeria. And if the guy is a smooth talker, he will leave that office with not less than 500 million naira contract.
Wow.
So imagine.
Ribadu, look at this one. Ribadu, look at this one. Now, I just saw on one man show, they showed me a white guy running for office in Jos. And this is what you see, we Africans, we are not too bright. Now, they are trying to hide and say, this is why we have to be very careful. That's why I'm against Afrobeats. Because they are using this as a way to penetrate the identity of Africa. Now they want to reduce being Nigerian to a nationality. So Nigerian is no longer the different groups that will come together, being a Fula man, being a Kanuri man, being an Isoko man, being an Ibibio, being a thief. None of those things will matter. What matters is jollof rice and your passport. So that is why, if you look online, these Oyibos are running to marry our women. quickly to marry our women so they can get citizenship. Now, this white guy will run for office in Jos. Let's be real. I don't know him personally, but let's be real. Unless truly he has a native grounding that he will serve the purpose of the culture of the people, not the so-called state of Nigeria. Because you and I know that the state of Nigeria, as whatever it is still a fiction for many of us. Now, this white guy, let's say he wins office. Can you, a man that is Fulani, can me, an Isoko man, go to Europe and rule a position and think like a Fulani first? No, you cannot. But they will come to our land. I think somebody was telling me in Kenya, an Indian won a position in what's this place in Kisumu. So, and the Africans don't say anything about it. You know, so I'm just sick and tired of our people just believing every and anything that these Oyibos tell them. They just, yes, sir, okay. They don't understand anything that these guys are telling them. That's why I was saying, does the central bank president of Nigeria realize that I don't care what he does with his so-called MPR rate, the price of dollar is not in his hands? Does he not realize this?
You see, okay. Can I come in or somebody is going to talk? I don't want to block other people.
No, I think a lot of people want to hear what you're saying. It's very interesting. It's not a lot of time we hear Northerners, speak on this platform. So, as long as Kaiser and one man is okay, you should have the floor. Thank you, everybody. Carry on.
You see, I'm a humanist, okay? As far as you're going to contribute to my country, wherever you come from, I'm fine with that, okay? As far as you're not going to cheat me, you're not going to cheat my people, I'm fine with that, okay? That is my number one policy. And the number two, what I want to say is this. Eventually, if we got it right, we need a lot of restructuring, because this 1999 constitution that we are going by, when was it formulated? By whom?
But Ribadu,
I don't know if
you say you're a humanist, okay?
Yeah.
But where will that take the African? This humanist idea.
That's a great question, Ribadu. Because Ribadu, see, I'm not against human beings say, okay, racism or anything, but let's be frank. If you take that position of say, I'm a humanist, first of all, I don't want to go too deep and philosophical. I won't do that one. But we have to be very careful. If we are the ones upholding humanity and they are not. Recently, there's a Indian guy that wants to be a conservative Republican in America, right? He was doing an interview with this woman, Ann Coulter. Ann Coulter told him to his face, he said, listen, I agree with everything you say. You are 100% correct. My political people, they are all idiots, but I will never vote for you because you're an Indian.
Right.
So I'm just saying, Ribadu, because we in Africa, we know they see these things. So we think that we have to be a part of this United Nations, kumbaya, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Them no send us, so Ribadu. Them no send us at all.
Ribadu, me as a Fulani brother like you, I will tell you one thing. One of our biggest downfall is being too acceptance and thinking us black people, we are the owners of humanity in the world.
Yes.
We've been trapped in this ideology, and the whole world, are least human than us. And the whole world treats us as least human, but at the same time they treat us like it doesn't make sense. One thing that you did said I agree with. If someone is deeply entrenched with the culture and the people, and he had a proven track record in that community or that village to be someone that actually have their interests at heart, regardless of where he comes from or she comes from, if they want to stand to transform these people's life in terms of governorship or local, whatever, politician and stuff like that, we shouldn't disagree. We cannot.
Tell me five white people that have done that. What you just said. Give me five. Give me an example of 5 white people that have done what you just said. I agree with you, but I want an example because it's theory. Let's make it practical.
Yeah, guys, during the war in Sierra Leone in Freetown, my hometown, Freetown, during the war, most of the politicians ran away from the war. they ran out of the city. They ran away from the country. They all went away. One of the last person that stood the ground was a guy called Peter Penford, a British guy. He was a British High Commissioner, right? And he had a proven track record in the country, to do a lot of good things for the local communities. He speak the language, he respect the culture. After his time, he stayed on. He did not get involved. He was a low-key guy, right? He did not get meddled into politics. He had a proven record to be a good, patriotic Sierra Leonean / British, right? So when the war finished, he was granted all kind of possibilities. He was even given a land in the country. People like that, I think, yes, they should be given. Man? Yeah, it was a white guy, British guy, Peter Penford.
Interesting.
Yeah. So we shouldn't bad, because we also, as people of color, we are in the West. We have black politicians. In America, you had, you could say what you like about Obama, but he was elected by majority white people. And in Wales, where I live in my city, in Wales, not far from here, Wales is one of the whitest countries in Europe. Is actually there's no way the Welshman would ever elect an Englishman, but the first the Welsh person that currently is the first minister of Wales is a black guy, a mixed race, pardon me, and yeah, so is in fact the only first minister in the entire European continent. So the reality is happening. We are standing also in our country, so there's no reason why they cannot be. Someone needs to mute. That's Mike. So yeah, there's no reason why they shouldn't be allowed to if they have the interest at heart. But it's very difficult to find and prove, though. That's another factor in this, right?
Can I challenge you on that? If they have because Ribadu says if they have the interests at heart. So maybe I watched too many of these war films, and these war films always see the Europeans and the Germans and Americans fighting, and they're spying, and they're so good at appearing to have the interests of their enemy at heart. But they're very focused. They're like the missionaries. The missionaries, when they come to Africa, that they appear to have the interest at heart, but they are hardcore, built in, set. So even if they're helping you with the purpose of helping
themselves.
That sent them. Yeah. No,
How there's this thing that there's no free lunch. IC3.
Yes.
There's no free lunch.
No free.
Anyone that expects someone to have your interest at heart, then you're not thinking well. So
exactly.
even your so-called black brother doesn't have your interest at heart.
That's exactly what I was gonna say.
All these idea that that's the first thing you need to know in this life, and that's what I was trying to explain yesterday. The first law of nature is self-preservation. You're always gonna have your interest will always be.
Me personally, I see true. I agree on that.
Interest at heart. Oh yes. Does he have my interest? Do they have my interest at heart? What are you talking about?
Yeah, I know, but let's ask him. But anyway, Ribadu, do you think the brothers in the northern Nigeria are more acceptance towards the outsiders more than their own brothers in the south? Do you think that might be a problem here? Do you think they should spend more time, working with the brothers in the south?
Okay, let me. Okay.
Yeah, but let Ribadu answer now. Let Ribadu answer.
I'm there. Go and sit down, man. Anyway, I was gonna say you should answer it, but sorry to say this. I don't think what Ribadu is saying is that someone has our interest at heart. I don't think that's what he was even saying. He's just saying he's a humanist. Humanist meaning.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm a humanist.
But you gotta let the guy speak for himself. Let him speak for himself. You can't explain what.
I'm a humanist myself, but it doesn't mean I believe that a next human being has my interest at heart. I have my interest first. My interest always first.
I did also said about interest at heart from the politician that we had in Sierra Leone, just to make that clear also. But he just said he's a humanist. Yes, let's get the record straight. Absolutely, you're right there, Mike. Yeah, Ribadu. Sorry, brother. It's your turn to respond.
Okay. I think if you're comparing northern Nigeria and southern Nigeria, I will say I think the southerners are more ambitious, something like that.
Okay.
Or I think they have more. They are not as naive as the northerners. This is what I want to say.
Okay.
Because yeah, let me give you an example. Now, if a northern man has a shop and he has two children working with him in that shop, okay, it's going to be very difficult for him to be paying them in a month as salaries, even though it's a business. Okay, are you guys with me? Hello.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are listening. We can hear you clearly.
Listen
Yeah.
very carefully.
Okay. But you see, when you take a typical Igbo man from the southeast, if he's running that business, it's his own shop, his own wife and children, but he will surely be paying them monthly their salary, like the way business should run. Not like you're eating in my house, you're eating my food, you're driving my car, and no, he will surely pay them. So I think our southern counterparts are more ambitious and more not too naive like us in the north, and something like that. The only thing northern Nigeria are good at is mostly will I say political ambition or something like that. I'm not trying to black paint myself and my people, but I think this is reality. The
Right.
south is uh, it's going to be difficult for you to deceive a southerner compared to the northerner. I think is a cultural thing. I think it's a cultural thing. The
Right.
southerners they are more strict. They are more strict and serious about life than the northern than us in the north. And
Right.
also at the same line, you see the issue of this black man or Africans and the Westerners. I think initially Africans we are never continental in our minds, right? We are never that continental in our thinking. Yeah, hello.
I was speaking to Kaiser. There's some people want to come in.
I think Gassem up is
Okay.
at the backstage. That's
Yeah.
what it is.
Yeah. Go on. Continue, everybody.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, I think we as Africans we are never continental in nature. Okay. We are always confined within our space. We never have that over ambition to go out of our zones or to unless if necessity permit. You understand? And look at even today when you take the number of Africans that are residing in UK or US or Canada, they are more concerned with earning a good life and making money, living the life and being peaceful. But when you take these Indian counterparts, you see they are more eager to go into politics, to own their second country, their second house, to be part of the systems. Where Nigerians were just trying to just have the money, live peacefully, and enjoy ourselves. So, I mean, do you understand the point I'm trying to make here? I don't know if I'm really communicating.
Not quite. Not quite.
Yeah.
I think I
So,
understand a little bit. Yeah.
even in UK now, just look at it. Even in UK, we have a lot of influential Nigerians, very smart, very educated ones. But look at today, India. They are having their first. UK are having their first Indian of origin prime minister. So I mean, we have to put. There's a lot of cultural attachment to our decision making. To we as a people, how culture play a very significant role in our ambition, our planning, where we see ourselves as people, where we want to be tomorrow, and all that stuff. The way we relate with people. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello.
Okay. So based on that point that you said there, don't forget the beginning of this whole show. What Kaiser's presentation was all about. You just said that look at Great Britain. They have an Indian prime minister. Right. So a lot of the normal people would think, oh, right, it's the Indians are very clever, they're developing and so on. But based on what Kaiser started off this show with, it's obvious that the white people just
Your
allowing it.
background is very noisy.
Pardon?
His background is quite noisy.
Oh yeah, that's not me. That's somebody else. Yeah. So it's obvious from what Kaiser presented earlier on, the beginning of this show, the fact that Britain has an Indian prime minister. It's just a play. Because look at because the whole discussion from the beginning of the show was about the euro dollar. So just having an individual, he's just doing a job. He's just been put there. He's nothing compared to the magnitude
Absolutely.
of what we're about.
Absolutely, I see three. I mean, we all know he's waiting to get toasted out anyway. I mean, he wasn't voted in there. He was chosen to do the dirty job.
There as a stop.
Right?
Stop
and in
thing.
fact, yes, he was there he was chosen to come and, target certain communities and do certain things, on their behalf. Because then if he does it, it will make it look good, like, we're not racist people.
We're not racist.
Look at it's a brown skin man that's doing it on a
exactly.
That's why we can't be people of color. That people of color can't be
exactly.
Require people of color. That's why we black people, not people of color.
Isn't that correct?
Yes.
When Obama's in, they got a dark man to do all the,
all the dirty jobs, and even went to Libya, and now even Nigerians, like my brother, like Ribado, is crying out because of the legacy in Libya is the reason why Northern Nigerians are suffering today. They're buying a price of rice for how much because of the insecurity in the region. And at the same time, we have the legacy of this guy, in the UK, which is Sunak. Me and you both know IC3. What he have done is not going to be noticeable now until a few years to come, right? All that dirty job we done for them, and it's going to affect his own people. In fact, me and you both know. That's why I say to my missus here, back in the days when I was young, right? I remember when the white supremacist far right used to go out in the street, they used to target most of the people that used to get targeted were the Asians, the Pakistani and the Indians, right?
Yeah.
Because every weekend they used to call what they call P-bashing. I don't want to use the word. P-bashing.
Al, I want to ask you an IC3 a quick question. Why was gas removed from the stream?
Sorry, Gas, 1 second. Hold on. Sadia, if you click on mute and unmute, then your device. There's a person called Sadia in the. So I'm picking back from somebody.
I think our people are very shy from. I think this is their first time of being on the platform. I think. Maybe we can just let them understand the platform and maybe get to know what we are discussing about before we invite them in. I don't know if I'm making a point.
Yeah, you're making a point, but the person's device is not connecting to the stream properly, so they need to click on mute and then unmute. Then that should. So that is Sadia Jabril. Sadia Jabril.
Okay, one man. Why was Gas Them Up removed from the stream?
I have no idea. I just came in. All right. I'll wait for you to do that, Sadia. But carry on with your conversation. I'll be in the background.
Okay. I mean, even you, one man, you know very well, and Kaizo. I mean, this guy that's currently gonna get toasted, he's just been installed there as a puppet to do the dirty job. So, Ribado, don't use that as a good example, because we are just fed up with it. We fed up with the news. It's the same thing that they done in Africa.
So wait, but Al, can we go back? Ribado was talking about northern Nigeria and the difference in behavior or just patterns of engagement. I don't want to make it like that, but I wanted to ask him in terms of him saying that, because I disagree personally. The richest men in Nigeria have been from the north and from the Yoruba side of things, so I tend not to agree with those characterizations. Yeah, the richest men in Nigeria are from the north, right? They're not from the so-called south or the southeast.
You mean Dangote
but hold on. I wanted to ask him if that's the presentation, if that's the opinion that the people from the southern Nigerians are more ambitious, does that lead to a degree of mistrust amongst the interactions with northern Nigerians and southern Nigerians? Because these are some of the hard conversations that need to be had in order to further people being able to really have a true country for all within that country, working for everybody. So that's what I wanted to ask you about it. Does that lead to mistrust in the eyes of people who perceive those from the south as more ambitious?
Ribadu, that's for you, my brother. Yeah, I think Chukwe Igwe will be the next on the line. Ribadu, can you hear
Ribadu,
this?
Are you there? Ribadu, did you hear the question?
Sorry, I'm here.
Okay, did you hear the question?
Yeah, he says that it means what.
Ribadu, I think you need to fix your mic. You're echoing badly.
Yeah, Ribadu, can you hear now?
Yeah, but
Ribadu, you there?
There is a lot of noise.
No, I can hear you. Somebody needs to mute their mic.
I think the lady that is gonna come in need to mute her mic. The one that's at the back seat.
No, we can't hear her. If she's in the back, we wouldn't hear her. But what I'm asking Ribadu is, Ribadu, you just...
One man just came on to get it right. Did you listen to what one man...
No, but I don't know if... Because, for example, when I was in the back, if I put my mic on, you guys can't hear me talking in the show with my mic on unless I'm put in the stream. But what I'm saying to Ribadu is, Ribadu, Al, I think that's coming from your end, the background noise. It's coming from you. Yeah. But Ribadu, I wanted to ask you, you stated that the perception is that the southern Nigerians are more ambitious. Does that lead to mistrust in the eyes of a northern Nigerian to their southern Nigerian counterpart? That's what I wanted to ask you.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so, because you see, the mistrust only comes to light in a political spectrum, not business wise, not a personal relationship, not all that, you understand. When it comes to business, we go along very well. In all other aspects, in fact, even intermarriages, we do intermarry here and there, and it has been quite peaceful.
Wait, there's intermarriage, you would say?
Yeah, of course.
But I'm not saying that there isn't, but I was of the opinion that, being that in the north, not all, but there's a larger majority Muslim population, and if I'm not mistaken, a Muslim father cannot allow his daughter to marry a person who is not a Muslim. And if the southerner is not Muslim, would there be intermarriage unless the northerner was of Christian background? Or am I incorrect?
So where are you from?
I'm from the south. So I'm asking. So for example, have you seen an instance where a southerner who, because my presumption is that majority of the north is Muslim, not all, but a strong majority. So yeah, you can see a northern person marry a southerner if they're not Muslim. But if they're Muslim and the other southerner is not Muslim, that would be almost impossible for that marriage to exist. Or am I incorrect?
No, you are correct. But there are some exceptional cases. Yeah.
So it's not the norm. So I'm only just saying that is when we say intermarriage. I've seen more of like a northern, a guy from the north will marry a woman from the south more than a guy from the south can marry a woman from the north. I see more of that. I see more of it being in that direction. But again, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Because it has two lanes. You understand? Islamically, you are a Muslim man is allowed to marry a Christian woman. You understand? Where a Muslim woman is not allowed to marry a Christian man. That is Islamic aspect of it. You understand? So, are you talking of interfaith marriages or intercultural marriage?
or
No,
intertribe
there's
marriage?
intercultural. Yeah, no, I would no. Listen, I'm not saying there are definitely intercultural marriages between people who are from the north who are not Muslim and people from the south who are also not Muslim. That does exist. But what I'm saying is that being that the north typically would be majority Muslim, you would hardly see, for example, the most marriages you will see will be between a Muslim northern man and a southern woman. It would not be, I don't think I've ever seen a southern guy be able to marry a northern woman, especially if her background is Islamic. I don't think I've ever seen that. But you are from north, so you can tell me that, oh, there's been this one exception that has happened. Yeah, you can tell me.
I think you just answered your question, guys. You just said
No,
in Islam.
I know I answered it, but that's the first rule of law school, right? Never ask a question you don't know the answer to already.
I think Chikwe wanna come on, no? So let's respect the brother. He just came on, so let's give him his own timing. No, we don't want to take up the whole thing.
No, it's
one question.
It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, go on.
Chikwe. Yeah, Chikwe,
go on.
Okay, one question I had regarding the Islam thing. Now, to my Islamic brothers on the panel, in Nigeria, is there a desire for the Muslims in the north to extend to Islamize the country? Like, would the Islamic people in the north prefer Nigeria be a Muslim country? And what are your thoughts? Like, is this not a tenet of Islam that you want the whole world to be under an Islamic caliphate? And what are your thoughts on that idea?
Is that to me or Ribadu?
To anyone, anyone on the.
Okay, since that AI, let me talk. Since that noise, I don't know where that noise is coming. It's quite disturbing.
No, that's Al. That's Al.
Is that me for real?
Yeah. Once you mute it, it stops. Once you mute it, it stops. Yeah, go ahead, everybody. We can hear you.
Okay, I think
I will have to log out and come back.
No,
apologize.
Okay, I think nobody in northern Nigeria want to Islamize Nigeria itself. Everyone, as far as we in the north are concerned, we are very, very comfortable with the secular system we are running. You understand? Because I think most of people are having wrong conception about the northern Nigeria and this Islamization of a thing. Most of people that are talking this in the media, I think they have never even stepped a foot in the northern part of the country. Okay, because if you come to, let's say, Kano is the most populated state. It has the highest density of demography in the country, in the north. And believe me, if you will go to a place like Sabongari or one of these hotels, when you see how people are living their life with the booze, the ladies, being free, enjoying themselves, you ask these people to bring Sharia, because when you say Islamization, you mean the whole system of government will be based on Sharia law. Am I correct? So
Yeah.
I don't think a lot of nobody.
Do you not want to bring?
No, nobody in the north, as the way things are now, will tell you they want that. Even in the north, we have Sharia courts because there is a gray area in the constitution where the state has the latitude to operate semi-autonomously on the systems they want. A state like Zamfara and other co-northern states that implemented Sharia system. But you have to understand, even the Sharia system is optional, because you have the choice to choose which code you want to take your case to. We have customary code, we have Sharia codes, and then all those classifications and stratas of law are there. Okay, so it's not must, but when you so choose, you can take your case or your issue to Sharia code or customary code or code of what they call them, penal code and all that. So nobody is just a total misconception. It's totally wrong. That is what I would say.
A good point, but I understand what you're saying. It's very reasonable.
Wait, I see three. I see. If you don't mind, if you don't mind, can Chuku keep going back and forth with Ribadu? I think Chuku wants to land a point.
Okay.
Good.
My question is this: the Islamic people in the north, would they not be happy for Nigeria as a country to be Islamized? Like, is that not a tenet of your faith that you want to bring the entire country underneath Sharia law and to have like an Islamic caliphate that is run by, the imams? Is that not what you want to have happen for Nigeria? I'm asking an honest question. Go ahead.
It is not. I have answered you. I don't know. Maybe you did not understand me. It is not part of. We have only 5 articles of faith, and then Islamic system of government is not part of it. How many caliphates do we have in the whole world now? Remind you, Nigeria is not. We have country that has 90% Muslim, but they are not practicing Sharia. I want to draw your attention to such countries.
Right.
You understand? We have we are not even up to 60%, I think, in Nigeria today. But we have in the Asian countries and Middle East and what they call them, Indonesia, Malaysia. They're not.
Yeah, Malaysia, those other countries. But Chuku, have you read the Quran? And that's my and I'll drop off after this. Chuku, listen. If you read the Quran, you see that a lot of the things that you're saying don't really exist. Maybe some northern Nigerians do say that for propaganda purposes, but they cannot justify it in the Quran. That's why I read the Quran all the time, because I don't want anybody to lie to me.
Exactly. It's very important
I
to
think
educate yourself.
I will advise us to pivot from this topic, man. Let's bring something that really it's killing our poor people, not religion, please.
I agree. I mean, Chukwe, trust me, believe me, I know how you feel, what you think about I can see the suspicion that you have towards the North in terms of religion. I understand that also. But believe me, these people, this Islamization of Nigeria is a myth. It's not something that exists.
Okay, one last question and I'll drop it. You don't perceive a clash of civilizations between the Islamic world and the Christian world or the Western world? You don't perceive any clash of civilizations? That's my last question.
On what level?
It's a zero-sum game. For the world to be Islamized, the West has to shrink. For the West to expand, Islam has to shrink. Which side of that clash are you on?
I mean, what is your premise of the question? What's the premise of the question?
So what he's saying is, are you, what do you think about the people that said for the West to advance it should be less Islamic, influence in the world, or the Muslim thing for Islam to advance, it should be less Westernization in the world? Which part would you choose? That's what he's trying to say. Is that right, Chukwe?
Yeah, that's the basic premise. Yes.
Yeah. And yeah, go on about it.
Okay. You see, I think there have been Islam, and Islam is a religion, okay? And then Westernization is an ideology, right? You understand? There are two. It's a social. Islam is a religion ideology. Westernization is a social ideology. You understand?
Right.
I can still be a Muslim. I can be a Muslim and still be Westernized.
Right. So do you, Chukwe, do you think Islam is our problem we're having in Africa, or you think the problem that we got is bigger than Islam?
No, it's definitely bigger than Islam, but I think Islam complicates things because there is this
ideology. What does it complicate? Cohesion, development, integration. What does it complicate?
I think a lot of the tribalism that we perceive is to do with the Islam versus Christianity.
You think so?
So the Islamic tribes, you don't perceive that?
I don't think so. Unfortunately, I think it's most of this is all we've been played to believe. You know, the Abrahamic faith is the reason why, you know, we are like the way we are. You know, and this is where the division lies. I mean, you know me very well. I've been on this platform long enough before Ribado. I mean, as a Fulani guy, I come from a country
Hey,
where.
Chuku, let me quickly answer that. Chuku,
Yeah, Mike, wait, let me just finish my
okay,
response.
yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
So, you know, I came from a majority Muslim country that's been ruled by majority Christian. You know, I don't have a problem with this. We live very well with Christians, and my country, we are the third largest population in there. So the reality is this Christian Muslim thing is a myth, and we shouldn't really be fighting over another man's religion. To be honest with you, it shouldn't be our problem. But Mike, I'll let you go there, sir.
Yeah, Chuku, your question was you said the ethnic, tribal, whatever kind of has to do with the religion. I don't know how you put it, but somewhere in that line. Actually, not at all, man. I don't think the ethnic issues or ethnic division, whatever, connects to religion at all. I don't think so. I think it mostly connects to with mainly has to do with resources and power. You know, so yeah, I know you consume a lot of these stuff from Nigerians or Islamization, all those things. Those things are fallacies, man. It's not real at all.
Exactly.
Yeah, just like everybody said, a lot of people, even some people that believe that or say some of those things never step foot in the northern Nigeria. I have been to the north. I've lived in the north, in northern Nigeria, and you'll find a lot of Southerners, millions, especially a lot of Igbos living in the north, freely living normally, and nobody is trying to. Nobody ever. In fact, if you ask me, they are Christians. Christians are more interested in Christianizing people than Muslims because my entire time in the north, nobody ever called me to trying to convert me to Islam or tell me to go join their religion. It's usually in the south where people will be preaching to you, telling you, "Hey, come give your life to Christ. Hey, come to this church. Come be a member of our church. Are you going to hell if you don't become a Christian?" But in the north, you don't get that. You don't get that. The only issue you may have in the north is, let's say, you disagree the Quran or you do something terrible against their faith, and they get kind of sensitive over that. Which I wouldn't see a reason why anyone should be doing that. And also in the south, there's certain taboos within certain ethnic group that you can't you can't do that. They will react the same way. For example, if you go to Benin Kingdom and you insult the Oba of Benin, they're probably gonna kill you right there. Or so many part of the Yoruba land, or you go to Oyo, just go insult their laughing for Oyo, or they'll probably take your life. So hey, as far as Islamization, that's not true. That stuff is not real. It's just propaganda people put online.
But Mike, are Christians killing are Christians killing Muslims at the same rate that Muslims are killing other people? You see what I'm saying? Like the rate of violence among Christians, does it equal that of the Muslims, or these attacks that you hear about going on in the north? Like what account?
Okay, yeah, let me. Are you saying Muslims violence, indiscriminate violence, or are you talking about targeting another religion?
If they
hold on, I'm trying to understand this question, everybody. Hold on.
Okay. If you insult Jesus, a Christian is not going to burn you alive or want to cut your head off. But if you insult the prophet, peace be upon him, something bad may happen to you in the north. Am I correct in that?
Yeah, and also give it in the south. If you go to Southern Kingdom, insult the Oba or go against do something that's a taboo to their culture, they will probably kill you too. Like if you go to Yoruba land, for example, you go to Ife and you go and insult the Oni of Ife, you probably won't make it alive. Remember when Yalisho went to Ife and he went to disrespect the Oni in his palace, and the Ife people almost killed him. It was the king that had to save him. So it's not something peculiar to Muslims. Some people are very sensitive towards certain things about their culture or their religion. So we can't really say it's and it's not all Muslim that you insult their prophet. They would just want to take you out.
That's
some people just
Sunni Muslims you're talking about.
No, but I can't think of a time where a Christian killed a non-Christian for insulting Jesus or one of the prophets of Christianity. That's my only point. This doesn't happen in Christianity. This only happens in Islam.
Why does it, Chukwud, why does it matter? To be honest with you, as an African brother, you know, these things came to us. We both know they came to us, our ancestors, right? It's not our real thing, right? So why does it really matter? Why?
Here's the deal as well, Chuku. People kill people for being insulted every day in Nigeria. Like literally, some people, everybody have reasons why they would do some harm to another person. Some people, if you insult their mom, they will kill you. I know that.
Yeah.
And then some people, and that's most Muslims, if you insult their prophet, they're not going to kill you. They probably just get mad at you. Some will kill you. The same way, some people, if you insult their mom, they will kill you. Another person insult his mom, you just get upset and not kill you. So let's not make it a general thing like every Muslim, or it's a law in that if you insult the prophet, they will kill you. It's not a law in Nigeria, and it's not a law in northern Nigeria. It's just the way some people react to things. Yeah.
Would you allow me to like minimize religion as a whole? Because all these different religions, they all use the same bank. So it goes back to the very beginning of the stream when we were talking about finance and big finance. Big finance rules. They're the ones that say, look, it's COVID. All of you stay in your house. And you're not allowed to go to your temple. You're not allowed to go to your church. You're not allowed to go to your synagogue. Everybody stay at home. So that the God that is running the banks is over all those Abrahamic gods and faiths.
Exactly, I see three.
It's over all of them. So it's a waste of. It's a joke. All of them are a joke because they're all subject. And if you've got a Muslim who's banking at the same bank as a Christian, who's banking at the same bank with an atheist, if you're all sharing the same bank, think about it. You with your own religion, you're going to bank at the same bank with an atheist, an unbeliever.
I are you preaching to us, or what is this?
No, I'm saying, challenge me on this. Challenge me on this. I'm saying that all your religions, all the Abrahamic faiths are subject to the power of the banks. Who's going to challenge me on that?
I see, Trey. I agree to some of the point that you made. That's why I was nodding. But the reality is, the oil money that we consume in the world today, that money going to the bank. These are the Saudi money, the American money, the European money. It's all get mixed up in the same banks, get recycled and get chucked over all over the world. And these people are the same people. Yes, Rabbi.
Sorry, please, for interjecting.
No problem.
Let me make one. Mike will bear me witness here on one man show. I once give one example. Okay, I said today in Nigeria, when you're feeling hungry, you walk into a restaurant. You just want to be served food, eat and go. You don't care who cooked that food, what tribe is he, or what religion he is practicing. All what you want, you pay your own money that you put your sweat to earn it, and then you give it to that restaurant owner, right? Without asking, are you Muslim or are you Christian? Are you Hausa, Fulani, or Igbo or Yoruba? That is one. Then when you're buying a ticket, you want to fly to Lagos for a business trip, or you want to buy a bus ticket, you don't ask who the driver is, what tribe is he, or what religion he is practicing. The same thing when you go to a hospital, you're ill, you don't get to ask that doctor or a nurse, what religion are you practicing, or what's your language, or what's your tribe. All what you want is just for him to give you consultation and prescribe you a medication, right? And then when you are also transacting a business worth of millions, you went to buy stuff, you don't ask him either he's Igbo, Yoruba. All what you want is a discount, a fair price, isn't it? All these things I mentioned are very crucial things, because most of them we put our life online. We are trusting that driver or that pilot or that restaurant owner with our lives. Okay? And then we have no problem whatsoever doing that. Then where does that fear or that insecurity come about? Where? How?
I mean, we have to be logical sometimes, please.
Yes.
Everybody, what you just said kind of prove what I always tell people. Like, when somebody tell you that he doesn't like you because of your religion, race, or what, it's a lie. The person has issue with you because of his own personal interest. There's something at stake, but they're not going to tell you that that's the reason they have issue with you. They will always find another thing
Absolutely, Mike.
to tell you why they have issue with you. You understand?
100%.
That's what it's the same thing when people want to go to war. They're not going to tell you that we're going to war over these resources, this oil or this mineral. They're going to tell you, oh, we're going to war with those people because they're different ethnic group, or because they're different religion. That's just what people, because no one in their daily wake up in the morning and think about somebody else because they someone else difference. No one, what the hell? Nobody wakes up in the morning and asks himself, what religion is my person walking down the street, or the person living next to me, or what tribe or whatever, because that shit does not affect your life. When they begin to say that is when they start to have maybe personal issue with the other person, and that's when they begin to say, oh yeah, these people, these Muslims or these Christians or this, but the really issue you have with that person is not because of these Christian Muslim, it's because the person did something personally to you that hurt your feelings, or the person owes you money, or the person, there's something you want to take that the person is in your way, or there's something you want that person want that you have to fight for. And that's why you begin to remember that the person is from a different religion, different race. And also, like you said, we walk around and you go to a restaurant, you walk around the street, no one is asking question. The driver is about to pick me up, if it's what religion he is or what ethnic group. No one is asking that question. Even these people that are talking about white man this, when they go to the airport, when the white man is a cab driver, they don't tell him, hey, you're white, don't drive me. When you get on the plane, you don't tell the pilot that you're white. I don't trust you.
Right. Let me
When you want a job, hold on. When you want a job, you don't say, oh, the company is owned by a white man, I don't want it. It's a lie. We look for reasons to just say, oh, yeah, the reason I have, there's a racism. No. People
all right. I understand.
have issue people have with people is not because of the difference. It's just has to do with something.
They have their own hidden agenda. That is
exactly. That's all it's all about.
Yeah. So you're talking about individuals, yeah, but we're talking about real power and governments. How governments operate.
I think you just mentioned one word that's quite interesting just now. Power. Sometimes when
power,
people want power,
right.
When people want power from other people, that they will use different kind of tactics, to get at these people, but they will not tell them the reason why I'm getting at you is because I want power from you. That's exactly what Mike is trying to illustrate here.
Yes.
And that's the reason why I was nodding at him, because he is actually spot on. No, I'm just giving an example of it anyway. Yeah.
Yeah. So therefore it goes back to the very beginning of the stream, right? If the Eurodollar and the Americans are controlling 80% of the market, that's impacting everything that takes place within the market. All these individuals doing their little individual things, they're like ants compared to the level of discussion. When the Christian, the Muslim, and the atheist all share in the same bank, right? And they're all saying, "Oh, I've made an investment in the bank, and I'm earning interest in the bank," right? Those individuals who are going to these different religions, they're not actually thinking how that interest is being made. The bank has a philosophy and ideology. They're making investments based on their ideological system, and they could be anti-Muslim, anti-Christian, and they don't care. They have an agenda. The bank has a mission, a purpose. They're not going to tell you that, because if they tell you that, you're not going to put your money in that bank, are you? So the bank likes to say, "Oh, we're doing local things with the community, and we're investing with the children and the local community projects and so on." Why? Because the bank wants the money from the community. So then the bank's not going to tell them where they're investing. You try and find out where the bank where you bank your money, what they're investing in. They're not going to tell you nothing.
Sorry, who is this?
That's
because
I see three. I see three.
Okay, I like his I like his analogy, and let me point something here. Do you know, if you take statistics of Nigerian socio-political situations 30 years down the lane, you will realize that now currently we are more fragmented. Mike, I hope you are here. I want you to listen to what I'm about to say now, okay? You see, because of the political system the West imposed on us, it keep dividing Nigeria along ethnicity and religion lines, because they really know and understood that when it come to power, everybody will go back to his base and try to see and garner as much support as he can.
Yes.
That is why you see all these politicians, they will not hesitate to go to a mosque and identify with the population, the poor man weakness. That is because in true sense, a poor man has nothing that will calm him down or suit him apart from religion. It's only that religion that would tell him, yeah, just become, if you suffer after death, you will surely go to heaven, you will do all sorts of this, all of so. It's only religion that get to calm a poor man. You understand? So as a politician, I will easily go and say, oh, I am for you. I will stand for you. I will fight for you. Your children are not in this. Your religion is not in that. We cannot allow these people to come and spoil our children of bringing, or our children training, or our religion scriptures, or our religion teaching. I will say all sorts of things to play to their emotions so that I can get their vote. Same thing goes with the Christians in the South.
Right.
After all, as a politician, for you to be eligible, forget about even Christian versus Muslims or North versus South, even in your own community, for you to be eligible, for you to be a responsible person in the North, you have to be religious. You have to be somebody worthy of emulation. They have to be seeing you going to the mosques. They have to be seeing you doing charity, giving charity. And where else will you give charity apart from mosques and a church?
Yes.
So
it is
these are the fundamentals blocks that were put in the government system that ensured that, yes, we will be dividing among ourselves. We will remain divided so that the West will have their way. The foreign powers will have their way. That is why you see all these people, they will start their political campaign from the community to the mosques, to the churches, to the town halls, all that. I will talk to my religion, my faith brother, either he is Hausa, Yoruba. As far as we share the same faith, I will use religion to get to him. Or I will use, if he is speaking my language, I will use my language and speak to him to get his sympathy. So this is just it. So as far as we cannot divorce religion from government, we are in deep shit in this country. You understand? We have to make sure that religion will not come close to the government. You understand?
Yes.
Everybody, but that's not peculiar to Nigeria, though. It's global. Even in the United States here, when it's time for election, that's when they begin to talk about
the evangelical
black, white, evangelical, Christian. They do it. It's politics, man. It's not going anywhere. Even if you take religion out, people use ethnicity. Even if you take ethnicity out, people use regionalism. If you take that out, people even use community. Like, I'm from that community. Even within when go to every state in Nigeria, especially in the South, within each state, when it's time for governorship, one part of the state, we're like, oh, the governor hasn't come. We haven't had governor from the western part of the state, and we haven't have a governor from. If you go to like Delta State, or even in Benin right now, in Edo State, they have an issue. They were like Esan, because in Benin they have multiple ethnic groups. They play that ethnic politics. It's not going when it comes to politics. People are gonna play those cards, man. It's a divide and conquer. That's the rule number one game you have to master in politics is how to divide and conquer. That's the game. If you don't play, you're not gonna win as a politician. I'm telling you.
Exactly. I think that's
you'll be a failed politician if you don't know how to play that game. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Exactly, Mike. Exactly to your point. You're very correct. But what I'm saying is that is the genesis of the problem. Why are we more divided? The country is not, the cohesion of unity is slacking day by day.
Yes,
you understand? If we did not fix it,
yeah.
If we did not fix it, we will be. Yeah. Go on.
Based on what I see from the outside, the people in the north, they got their culture and their religion. The people in the southwest, they got their religion and their culture. The people in the southeast, same thing. But basically, they have been able to use that to their advantage to gain power, because that's where us IT was talking about. It's all about power. So you need the power. Sometimes power brings money. Sometimes it does equals to money. Regardless. I mean, in fact, 99% of the time, that's where the money is.
100% of the time, you're right. Because when you have power, you can print as much money as you like and put your face on it.
Yeah, you can help your base also. It's all about the politicians. For example, in fact, we need to use some of these religious leaders, like the Emir of Sokoto. He needs to be put to use into certain aspect in Nigeria to actually bring the people together and actually trying to eradicate some of the poverty, because he is a defined ruler. He has more authority than the president. So if he were to get involved a little bit into some of the politics in the north and in Nigeria and bring the Christians closer, and together, and to show the people, beneath him and say, look, I just because we're Muslim doesn't mean we have to hate our Christian brothers. Just because those people in the south, just because we're Christian doesn't mean we have to hate our Muslim brothers. Things like this can actually work, or just focus on your base.
In Nigeria, trust me, there's no Christian that hate Muslim, and there's no Muslim.
No, I know, Mike, I know, but it's trying to.
It's politics, man. When you see us do these things, it's complete politics.
It's trying to utilize what they got also, right, Mike? Yeah.
This is not what I'm saying. I think you misunderstand me. Okay.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to say is this. I'm not talking of the emirs. Yeah, Sultan of Sokoto is a traditional ruler and also a religious head. Okay.
Yes.
But what I'm trying to say is those are traditional institutions that I strongly believe in, because I came from a royalty. You understand?
Thank you. Yes. Thank you.
Lamido. Alla sure mi pullo del pullo mai bomi wardiga lambe. Sorry.
Lambe.
Okay?
Lambe.
What I'm trying to say is this. It is not the traditional institutions that I'm scared of. No. It is those malams and pastors that has congregation and can hold speaker and talk to a lot of audience. Those are the most dangerous people.
That's true.
Understand?
Yes, I agree.
You understand? Because those ones, they are nobody. They came, sorry to use these words, okay? They are only using that religion platform to gain power and recognition. So they are willing, and that's what the power and recognition mean. And they are willing to talk to the illiterate audience, you understand, and put all sorts of emotions into them, because they feel important, and it's the congregation that make them feel important, and it's the number of the congregation that get them power. That is how Boko Haram started. So what I'm saying, these are kind of people that need to be censored. These are kind of people that need to be controlled, need to be censored. You understand? It's not any pastor or any mahalam that can just come enter any mosque or in a marketplace or anywhere or gathering and say he can talk to people and influence people. It's not being done. Even in Saudi, it's not being done like that. Even in Rome, it's not being done like that. So let us stick to the traditions we used to know. You understand? Where malams are appointed by the emirs, where imams are appointed by the emirs to their respective mosques, where Islamic institutions are being supervised,
Not just anyone will just come in the marketplace or town hall and start saying, "Oh, I went to Medina, I study, I'm in this, I'm that. Now I want to preach to people." I mean, in this age, in this era, we are allowing people that are nobody simply because they are putting good suit.
Yes.
They are making money out of donations from their congregation, flying private jets, rubbing shoulders with governors, and politicians will not shy away from giving them money because they are going to preach on their behalf. That's just the truth.
That's right.
Yes. Do you think, Ribado, sorry, do you think it's about time the Hausa, the Fulani, and the Kanuri rulers of the north, it's about time, do you think they should come together and solve this insecurity problem in the north once and for all?
It's not a job. It's the job of the federal government and the military to do that. I don't think
there you go.
Traditional rulers can solve that problem because first of all, they're not the one in control of the criminals. So what can they do? I mean, are they going to preach to the criminals? I mean, come on now.
Right.
There's stuff. Surely there's things they can do because this,
like what?
This community
to solve banditry.
No, some of the banditry is difficult to solve, but like Boko Haram and the Islamic jihadists, this religious fanatics.
Yeah, those Boko Haram, they're not even Nigerians. Like Boko Haram is more like a Western Sahel thing. So we don't even know who's sponsoring them. They have foreign sponsors. They're not really their members are not particularly from one country. They're just people recruited from all over the Sahel area. And they just carry out insurgency, so they don't have a face. So what can the ethnic leader do to solve that kind of problem? Or what can Kanuri leaders
follow the money? Follow the money. Because I heard that even Saudi Arabia, even Islam itself, there's Islam, the whole of Islam. But I heard that the British, they came in and they sponsored the Wahhabi sect.
Right.
I think it's the Wahhabi sect, and then that sect became so powerful, and then controlled the whole of Mecca, and then and that way they indirectly control the whole of Islam. But they say it was the British were involved. They were sponsored a sect. So it's the banks again. So
they installed the current royal family in Saudi. So they at the same time that they went to Israel. After the Second World War.
They kind of weapons. Those terrorists, those Boko Haram and those terrorists in the Sahel, the kind of weapon they carry, man, they're definitely being sponsored by some.
Mike.
Yeah,
and that sponsorship comes from the banks.
Ribado speak. Yes.
Go on.
Mike, how I wish I was born a British. I would have been the king of the world by now, Those motherfuckers, forgive my language, those guys, they really know how to fuck up this world. You understand?
Who?
The Brits.
Who is that? The Brits.
Oh yeah. You know what I said about this Wahhabism?
Everybody, you're gonna upset your Fulani brother.
No,
I'm just joking.
No, yeah, I know, but let me tell you. Me. So what I'm trying to tell you is this, I think last 2 years I was in the Northwest. Are you guys with me?
Yes.
Hello.
Yep.
Yes, we're listening.
Okay. I want to give you a summary of this crisis that is happening in the north. Then I want you guys to understand how it is coming from. Okay. You see, when this issue of Boko Haram started, their first narrative was like, they don't like this government of democracy. Okay. So they don't want to be under democracy because it's against the faith. So majority of the Christians left Borno State, okay? And then later, when there was no Christians to find, they start targeting the federal government staffs, institutions. There was no police on the road. Even soldiers are just having sandbags, checkpoints, living in there. You understand? After all that, then they begin to target the fellow Muslims. Oh no, your religion is not clean, this and that, this and that. Then they start bombing the churches. When the churches were finished, they start bombing the mosques. So do you understand how it's unfold? To tell you that it was just a makeup, something that has no genuine agenda. It was just chaos and crisis. So along the line, imagine that is in the northeast. Then imagine in the northwest, you find a typical nomadic Fulani man. Somebody that all his life, all what he's after is just pasture for his animals, right?
Right.
Somebody that doesn't even like to come into the city because he felt or the city on me that him pay. You understand?
Yes,
All what he's after.
You follow me?
Yeah, all what he's after is just to come and sell his cow, buy his salt and potassium for his cow, and then some grain for his feeding, and go back to bush. This is how our life has been for centuries. With our cow, we don't even want to integrate with people because our lifestyle is entirely different, right?
Yeah.
A typical Fulani man does not know the difference of a policeman and a vigilante. Talk less of a soldier. He doesn't know their uniforms, right?
Right.
But how can a Fulani man will have access to an AK-47? One, how does he even know how to buy, where to get the buyer, the seller? Who trained him, right? Who even trained him? Who tell him what to do? And if you ask them, why are you doing this? They will tell you, no, we have been part of this country. Our children has no schools. We are not given our rights. We want our own right too. To tell you that somebody sneak into that bush, one way or the other, get their attention and tell them, oh, hey, listen, you the Fulanis, you are the one with the cow, you are the one providing the meat, you are the one providing the hide and skin, you are the one providing the manure, you are doing that. But what did the government do to you? Your children are uneducated, you don't have hospital facilities, your wives are dying from childbirth, you're doing all this, look at your suffering, you don't have shelter, and you are paying tax, they are collecting your money, they are doing that. You need to fight, you need to get your right. This is just how it happens. Before you know, somebody that is not exposed doesn't understand what that means. And Fulanis, we are very naive. We are courageous and brave, but we are quite naive.
Yes.
You understand? So before you know, this guy means well to us. Okay, how can we fight? Okay, I will bring you gun, I will train you, this and that. And again, this cattle rustling.
Yes.
Just some people, armed robbers will go into the bush at gunpoint, collect their cow, kidnap their children. That is how it started. So they started retaliating. Now they have mastered the act of kidnapping. The whole Northwest is no longer safe. So this is how it's happened. We have so much illiteracy in the North that any person with a nefarious plan, with an evil plan to make money, will come and ensue chaos. And our leaders are dumbfounded. So this is the scenario. If you bring religion with this issue, you come and put religion into it, then the whole thing is a dynamite.
It's true, very true. And people don't understand.
Do you see the dilemma we are living in? Do you see the situation we are living in? Yeah?
Right. Yes.
And now if the federal government say, okay, I'm going to put 2,000 soldiers in the bush, let them go and clear all this issue. The moment the soldiers get in and they saw a Fulani man with a gun, he's the enemy, he's the target. That's the end of it. And the northern army will start crying, they are killing our people, because a soldier is trying to kill an enemy with a weapon. And he get into the bush, he's a Fulani man with a weapon. They don't have this, there is no infrastructure of communication. There is no you understand? There is no mechanism. There is no mechanism of communication. between those people in the bush. Okay, if you're having a gun, where do you get it? What is the problem? Come sit down. Let them create a corridor of communication. Let us sort ourselves out. So Nigeria, we are in deep shit. It's really disturbing. If you sometimes it will keep you awake.
Yeah.
If you put Nigeria at heart, wallahi tallahi, hypertension will get you. So this is what I want to summarize.
Yeah, somebody somewhere is basically came in and basically infiltrates the people and giving them weapons. I see three. I hope you're listening to this because this is your your expertise.
Oh yeah, I'm
knowledge.
definitely listening. I'm listening.
This is what the Pan-African don't understand about Africa, the complications and the and the things that goes on, and also then you add tribalism on top of what he just explained, and the regionalism from what you explained. This is why me and Mike always counter some of these people narrative when they come on here and talking about all the Northerners are the bad people or this and that, but they don't understand what happened to the Northerners can happen also to the Southerners at the same time, because it's happening because it's a similar situation that's happening with where Chukwe come from in the southeast, because these IPOB guys in the southeast, recently killing one another and having problem with the Nigerian authority. It's a similar factor, but he refused to engage in that sort of conversation. But he was more interested in communicating about Islam versus Christianity. This is how we are so, and at least everybody, you're an honest guy, and this is how we are trained to be as people. We were trained to be honest people as Fulani. No matter where we go, just be honest and be brave. And you have said it exactly as it is. And I wish some of the other brothers that would have come to question you earlier would have also come on and explain their own issues that they got in their region, and so we can hear it and we can have a verdict on it. The reality is, this is a problem. We talk about this so many times. There's also always outside issue. I see three. When that war happened in Libya, the first thing I thought of was Chad and Niger Republic, then Northern Nigeria, straight away.
Right.
Because those arms gonna flow. Yeah, those arms gonna follow through.
Flow. Yeah.
They're gonna flow. And when they flow, they will. And when Northern Nigeria is finished, it will go to the south.
Exactly,
and it's already started in the southeast. So, and they already have.
Before IC came in, let me give this because I'm about to go. It's getting late now. It's almost 11 in my place. You see, as Pullo, okay, I can able to talk because I can relate to it directly because me Pullo. Okay, I am from the north, right?
Yes, Pullo, yes.
AI Pullo kam be andi be Pullo kam durungo adon mari na'i adon mari bali aydi ladde aydi diam aydi gene kona bani. What I mean, what I just said with Fulfule is, as a nomadic person, what you want, the most crucial thing in your life, you have your cattle, you want to graze. You need a grazing farm, grazing land. You need access to watersheds, and all that. Okay, 40 years, 50 years back, from Mali, Chad, Niger, Cameroon, we have Lake Chad, isn't it? And there's a lot of, we have a lot of buffer zones that Fulanis can rear their cattle throughout the year. Okay, they will only come to the cities or intermingle with other tribes mainly by just trade by barter or selling and buying. You understand? So climate change happened, right? When climate change happened, Lake Chad shrinked. All the rivers that are coming from the sea to recharge Lake Chad was not drenched. You understand? So Lake Chad shrinked. It means scarcity of water, scarcity of grass. Okay, and then after that, this crisis came from the Chad crisis to the Libyan, especially immediately after Muammar Gaddafi downfall. All sorts of craziness, madness cut loose. Okay,
Yes, yes.
so those crises pushed the Fulanis from the bush to the brink of the cities, right?
Right.
So
Those leftover, because yes, those one are left over there.
yeah,
Yes.
so that was where the farmer and the herder, farmer and herdsman crisis happened, because there was no enough land. The Fulanis begin to enter farmlands and spoiling all sorts of farming activities. Because, mind you, I'm not being biased here, please. I will let me beg your patience. You see, a Fulani man, assuming you are Yoruba TV or Hausa for that matter, maybe you sold your inheritance, your land, or you borrow a loan from a bank to go into farming. You put all your resources into that farm. When a Fulani man come, I want you guys to note here, it's not like I'm backing my own tribe, but this is the reality. I want to talk from their perspective so that you guys will understand the dilemma. A Fulani man come without any grasses to graze his farm, his animals. He will push his cows into the farmland where somebody has suffered to do that farm. Okay, and instead of the government to take measures to make sure something like that does not happen, that was where the emirs were supposed to play the role,
Thank
sensitize the
you.
Fulani,
Exactly.
let them
Thank you.
sensitize the Fulani, provide some portion of land. This is where you're going to graze your animals. Dug these free well boreholes for them. Put these what they call them. These are rangers. All right. Put these rangers to guard the border. Yeah, we have rangers. Put
Okay.
those rangers to guard between the farmland and the grazing land of the Fulanis, and put some strict measures. Any Fulani man that allow his cow to come into somebody's farmland will be prosecuted harshly. Set an example, and everybody will take notice of that. But
Yes.
none of that has been done.
But
So
Buhari did not do any of this, though, didn't he? He just let things just went mad, didn't he?
that is the worst president we ever had in Nigeria.
Yes. Yes.
So hell break loose. Fight started, crisis started between the farmers and the herders.
Yes.
And this is where we are today. So, I mean, this is the point I want to make. So imagine what we are losing now. When the city guys, when the farmers retaliate, they start killing cows anyhow. Today, majority of the Fulanis has migrated, or the nomadic Fulanis has migrated from
Nomadic.
Nigeria to Cameroon. Yeah,
Yes.
they have migrated from Nigeria to Cameroon. Now Cameroon is free.
better. It's better because
Yeah,
Cameroon.
but economically, Nigeria, we are losing a lot. You understand?
Yes,
Before,
but let them lose.
the
Let
biggest
them lose because okay. Ribado is the same. You see, in West Africa, in the far west, Fulanis also are the hardest over there, but they have a system, and the land in West Africa is much more. There are much more rivers in the West Africa than there is in Nigeria, because, for example, I'll give you an example. The Niger, the River Niger, the Niger that you have in Nigeria. Do you know that actually starts from the region of Futa Jalon, the homeland of the Fulani? You know that's where they come from. Yeah. So over there, they don't have this problem. In Liberia, the Fulani herders don't have this problem. In Senegal, the Fulani herders don't have the problem. In fact, in Senegal, they're changing the desert back to a rainforest. They actually transforming the landscape. This is supposed to be starting from the east to the west, but the Fulani in Senegal started the trend. They started it from the west to the east. It just shows how proactive we are as people. We don't sit on our hand and wait for outside help. And also, to the entire region, like in all these countries, like Ivory Coast, Guinea, Senegal, Liberia, all the coastal countries, in West Africa, they consume meat. That's our protein. We don't import meat, because importing this foreign chemically fed meat will lead to vast amount of cancer. Now, grass-fed meat is the best form of meat in the world, and we consume it. The villagers in Nigeria are losing out, because when the Fulani herders come, they don't just bring milk and other stuff. They exchange even sometimes medication with these farmers, because these farmers don't have access to town and shops. So the Fulani is their everything. Also, these farmers were everything to the Fulanis, to the herders. So the farmers and herders used to work together. They have this barter system of exchange throughout the century, and now that is no longer there, and the villages are losing out, and then the economy will be losing out. So I think Cameroon is gaining, because
Of course.
they managed to manage the issue better than Nigeria, and the West African region is gaining because they managed to manage the issue better than Nigeria. So for some reason, Nigeria did not manage this issue properly. Including, I'll blame Buhari for that, because he was a Fulani guy. He was the president at the time, and he let these things continue, even after his tenure. But time will tell. But I believe that cattle harden in the 21st century should be, like in certain areas where there's a lot of development, it should be ranched. The cattle should be in one place. Certain area, they should be allowed to move around, because it's more kind of sustainable for the herders. In fact, herding is not a big tradition of the Fulani anymore, to be honest with you, because majority of Fulani today are settlers. They have settled. I think it's only probably in Nigeria and minority in Senegal and Guinea that still practices Fulani hardest tradition. The Bororo, we call it Bororo Fulani. So it's a trend that's moving. It's kind of fading away. But who is going to take it over? Eventually, we're going to be importing the meat that's been fed with all kind of pesticide, all kind of chemical. Then people will be eating this kind of meat and dying of cancer. That's a long run. And can you imagine if the Nigerian government were to open dairy industry? I say, true, Holland, the UK dairy industry, how massive it is, right? Can you imagine
a dairy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you imagine how much money the government could generate in terms of, the dairy industry if they manage these things well? So we have industry that's actually suffering, like the farmers and the herders, where they can actually generate a lot of income, but they just let it be a crisis. So you can see why we will never grow as a continent until things change.
So, guys, I would like to thank you very much for your time. I think it's time for me to go now. I would like to thank each and every one of you for listening. Thank you
Thank
very
you for
much.
coming. Thank you for the conversation.
Me a team, Jarama, me a team. Onjara Bandera.
Yeah. This I think this is through one man platform, right?
It's one man and Kaiser platform. But we'll catch up again.
Okay.
You should come back. You're always welcome here. You're very interesting.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's a nice platform. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Onjara. Yeah, IC3, you see how waste, this is a waste, another waste. Now, if you talk about the industries in our region, in Africa, that's going into waste, this is a good example of it, right?
Mm. And listening to you both speaking, is that your sound? Yeah.
Yeah.
It reminds me of what Kaiser was saying about cash crops, because you're talking about farming and animals and so on.
Yeah,
and then I was thinking about what Kaiser was saying, and then I was thinking about the banking and putting it all together, where Yeah, the banks are behind it all. But here's the question, Al. Here's the big question. Nobody, I've never heard anybody say this. How do you fight a bank? Once all this conversation we've had for all these hours, it's always been, it's the banks are behind everything. They're behind the religion, behind everything. So really, and the banks are investing, because you talked about guns. I heard you all speaking about guns and a farmer with an AK-47, and then I heard you both speaking about who's giving them the guns, where are the guns coming from. So therefore, it comes back down to money. All of this trouble, somebody is investing in it. It's investment
from outside to destroy.
Yes, it's
to get
outside.
and to get cheap. Because remember, I remember he mentioned Zamfara. Now Zamfara is one of the new territories in the north where a lot of natural resources have been found, and I've seen a lot of reports where there are a lot of foreign planes or helicopters landing in, taking a lot of wealth out, totally unaccounted for, by different nations. It's like a mini Congo, right? So these people, this bank coming in, giving these people the tools, to destroy, while they busy occupying, cleaning up the things.
That's where the investment is going, and that's where the banks are making their money. So when they're paying you, it filters down. When you put your money in the bank and they're paying you interest, they're not telling you how the interest is generated. They're not telling you what they're investing in.
Right.
But what they're investing in something that produces big profits to the banks. So the banks always appear to say, well, we're not religious. We're just here to make money. We're not against the Jews. We're not against the Muslims. We're not against the Hindus. We're just here for money. Yes. But they have a religion. They have a faith, but they're not telling you what it is. And they're not telling you where they're investing their money. But that's why you trust them. That's why people trust them.
Yes. And then
so how we good hopefully we can have a meeting where we think, how can we fight the banks? Because you can't fight a bank with an AK-47.
No, you can't.
So how do you do it? So nobody even starts to discuss this. Nobody's even thinking about it. Everybody, because they got their money in the bank, they think the banks are pure and shouldn't be touched. Because everybody has their money in the bank. So nobody wants to speak about banks.
No, they don't.
Nobody wants to question them because everybody's afraid of the banks.
Yes.
And that's the root of the trouble.
Absolutely. And
so we have to discuss.
So I mean, this is what they do. They trap you because they make you put your own personal interest first. And they start making you look at your dividends, not the next person's pocket. But do you think they created, first of all, what they did is they created a world where people become more individualistic and more narcissist, for this mentality to kind of, be normalized, so you be like, oh, it's not my problem, it's their problem up there, so they can deal with it.
And then you discussed, I heard you speaking about, you were both speaking about the divide and conquer and how the tribes are not as strong as they used to be and the family unit's not as strong as it used to be, and we can't get the tribes to work together. It's the banks are behind all of it, because if all of you are investing in the same bank, right, you can't organize, you can't come together. Because the banks decide who comes together for what purpose. Because they're going to say, we're not going to lend you money for that. We're not going to invest in that. So if you're not going to invest your money in this project, then how are you going to do it when we're holding your money? So you can all the tribes can get together and talk and say, we need to do this and we need to do that. But they're going to have to go back. All those tribes, representatives of those tribes, are going to have to go and speak to the bank. And the bank wasn't there in the meeting. And they're going to look at the plan and say, yeah, we don't like that. So we don't care what you tribes were discussing. We don't care what you all agreed on. We are not investing your money in that. We will tell you where to do it.
Yes, yes, but that's the reality, right? That's a very tricky one.
Yeah, because the banks, their representatives are not in the meeting. They have their own big meetings and conferences in Europe.
Right.
And the big, Bilderberg meetings, or all these big meetings that they have, these big posh conferences in these expensive stadiums or whatever, buildings, they decide on the policies and the direction that the bank should go. That's what they have their big conferences for.
Yes.
And they don't really care what the Africans are talking about.
Because they're looking at their dividends, they're looking at their interests.
That's right, because they've got big investors.
Yeah.
Big investors.
And they need to get their payout at the end of it. That money.
That's right. So as soon as you mention a part of Africa, they'll be thinking, what have we got invested in there? How many cash crops have we got there? They're thinking. They're not thinking about the people.
No.
They're thinking about what is that region, how much money, how much profit is that region generating for our bank, for our investors.
Yes, how much, yeah. And yeah. So yeah, it's crazy. Kaizo, one man, can you let Jude, because Jude is at the back chat. I think you want to come back on. But yeah, it is quite unfortunate that the African governments are not able to manage their own affairs to a point where you have so it kind of makes me wonder what's wrong with that region, because if you look at I'm thinking what is wrong with that region in West Africa, the east, between Nigeria, Cameroon, Mali, also Nigeria and Cameroon and Chad. That alongside that corridor, it's always been a problem around there. I don't know why.
You know why.
Yeah, I know.
These secret problems that we discuss amongst ourselves.
Yeah.
Why are these leaders doing this? Why is this happening? It's happening because the bankers move quietly.
I see three. How can they manage to? What makes them easily penetrate to that region, but they struggle to penetrate in the far west? This is what I'm trying to. Is it the people that are less informed in that region, or is it the leadership that is more compromised, or because I would say, for example, like in Senegal, Sierra Leone, Guinea, Liberia, Ivory Coast, Ghana, this part of the West Coast, you will find, in Sierra Leone we had our blood diamond issue, but we did not let things roll, to an internal crisis as it turned out to be, where it is in Nigeria today, and or for example in Niger Republic or the Sahel, where
speak up. I can hardly hear you.
Sorry, or Niger Republic or in the Sahel, where they had foreign military, setting up their bases and operate freely. We did not let it went to that far.
Right. Yeah.
And at the same time, we don't have that much of a, sellout mentality, if that makes sense, right? Yeah, compared to this region. So I don't know.
But you see, these people that you're talking about in these regions, you see, there's nobody that really talks about banking. So they don't really, they're on their own. Because if you're a leader of a region, right, the people are going to look to you. Yeah. And they're going to say, why haven't you done this? Why haven't you invested in this? Why don't you get the money to do this? You're going to have to go, you're going to have to speak to a bank sooner or later.
Yes. But don't forget what these guys did, after colonial, they're very smart. they privatized a lot of the military in the world today, and a lot of the government involvement in Africa were privatized. A lot of this money went into private companies. Like
Yes.
for example, like the Glencoe,
Private
Nestle,
banks.
like the Reno, all these things are the private companies that work hand in hand with the government.
Yes.
And they got the books. They got some of the missionaries are in front to scrape the grass, and then and then later they got the big boys to come and finish the job.
Yeah, exactly. See, they use the same model they've been using for centuries.
Never stop. Because I remember watching this program. They said, I think there was a French guy that was saying it. He said nowadays, if you want to colonize Africa, you use the locals to do the job, and they said they use the white phases, and when they almost come to the end of the job, you just come in, pretend to help, then you take over the thing.
That's right. That's right. Yeah,
and that's what
they have.
Yes, I think that's what they are doing in Nigeria, in the Sahel. But the Sahel, they put a break on it. And if you notice, since this base has been kicked out of the Sahel, and they managed to get rid of the American military base and some of the French base, I might be wrong. I'm just guessing. I'm not an expert, but it seems like the insecurity in Nigeria it has calmed down a little bit. So it makes me wonder who were arming these people.
Yes.
Also.
Yeah, because those guns cost money and bullets. Every time you pull the trigger and you fire a gun,
like $5, right?
Yes, per bullet. So
yeah.
this weapons are very, very expensive.
Yes.
So therefore, they require. If you're giving people guns, it's expensive. So where are you getting the money from?
Yes.
The only way they're getting that money to arm people for free, it has to be from our banking. It's our money that you're working hard for and sweating.
Yes.
That's where the money's coming from. Because it's expensive, very, very expensive.
Interesting.
But nobody's talking about where is the money coming from.
No.
If they just sit up and say, okay, our hands up, it's from NatWest, Lloyd's, HSBC, Santander. People would say, what? That's the high street bank.
Do you know
that's ordinary people? Huh?
During the war in Sierra Leone, one of the last ship that a lot of people spotted along the harbour was the Royal Sun Alliance. A big ship.
Oh, Royal Sun Alliance. Oh, that's right. There's insurance companies.
Yes. Massive.
Oh my God. And the insurance companies are massive.
Only years later, I hope I'm right on this. If I am wrong, I'm just thinking vaguely. I'm not 100% sure. Years later, they had some court case against the Sierra Leone government over the war in Sierra Leone.
So I didn't hear what you said.
Years down the line, I think I read it somewhere where there was a court case between the Sierra Leone government and them that they sponsored the war in Sierra Leone.
Of course. Yeah. So because just think about it. Banks are there to make money. Therefore, you have to invest in projects
right. And
that
also,
are going to make money.
If this government get themselves directly involved, there'll be a lot of court cases. That'll be
exactly.
A lot of,
That's right. So it's indirect investment.
If it's a private company, it's very difficult to take this guy to court.
Trace the money.
To trace the money also, right?
Yes. So you invest in this private company that says they're offering security.
Yes.
They're offering security.
Yeah.
Oh my. And we know because they tell us what they're doing, they put it in movies.
Right, they do, but we still haven't seen it.
They're putting it in movies, and you think just because they put it in movies, it's just pure fiction. No, it's the real world they put in fiction.
Yeah. So that's the reason why we cannot have one alliance in this world to say, oh, we have to side with this region or that country, because they're all the same thing. I said this before. The Chinese, the Russian, the West, they all work together. They're all working under the same system.
Yes.
All
And the whole world is anti-black African.
Simple as that. We don't
Simple
have
as that.
friends. We don't have friends. And until we know that and put tribalism to bed and work together and look at ourselves as one, we're never gonna get nowhere. Because those brothers that build those pyramids in Egypt, who achieve, the highest in our history, I don't think they were sitting there thinking, oh, you're Yoruba, or you're Fulani, or you're Igbo, or you're this, you're that. I don't think they were doing that. They were thinking, they were saying, listen, that's the pharaoh of this time. You follow him, or you fucking die. Right?
And what do you think about this? That you could have, see, because every government, or when you have a government has different departments. So, is it possible to have? Well, it's already discussed, really, but all you need is a proper United Nations to be doing. Sorry, the African Union to be doing its job properly. That's all. It's done. It's there.
The African Union is in the African Union ruled by the Chinese.
There you go.
And the European Union.
The African Union should have each tribe have its own department of the African Union, and each representative from each tribe or clan has their spokesperson to come to monthly or quarterly meetings at the African Union to decide on policies. I mean, it's not rocket science. It's standards. It's standard model.
And do you think it's funny, if you look at the tribes that really fought them out of West Africa and their region, these are the tribes and the region where there's more conflict in the region today. These are the Fulani, the Mandinka, and the Bambara. Yeah, these are the people who fought Europeans out of the region.
Oh, right, okay,
right.
Because they were herders, or what's the word?
No.
Nomadic.
No, the Fulanese and the Mandinka and the Bambara, these are the people who built different empires in West Africa. The Mali Empire, the Songhai Empire, and the Soninke, and Ghana Empire, and different and Tuklo, Takur, and there was
same people.
And yes, and these were the people that also physically fought. Samori Toure was a Mandinka, right? Alfayaya Diallo in Guinea was a Fulani, and if you look at today, the guys that are fighting against the Europeans, are similar people. Like, the guys that fought against the European generation after, like Thomas Sankara, he was a Fulani. Today, if you fast forward a little bit, the guy in Guinea who actually keep Guinea against certain factors away. Let's move that forward. If we look at Assimi Goita in Mali, he's a Bambara. If you look at Ibrahim Traore in Burkina Faso today, it's a Mandinka. So if you look at these people, these are the same tribe and the same group of people that have always been anti-colonial and also have always fought against the invaders. And these are the tribes and the regions where the insecurity is more affected by the Islamists and the jihadists over the region. And the Europeans have always tried to divide those tribes, people into tribal lines, but it didn't work. In Guinea, they're trying to divide the Fulani and Mandinka because they realized these are the two powerful tribes. If you divide them, we can take over. It did not work because Samori Toure and Alfayaya Diallo put all the tribal differences aside. They fought against the French.
Right.
And then the other guys in the region did the same thing. Like in Senegal, Omar Tal, who was a Fulani, done similar things. So I know they came to the region after they destroyed Libya. I think they came in and think, right, if we can destabilize the Fulani and the Mandinka and the Bambara, their region, and try and divide them, we might be able to take over the region again. But it backfired on them because these guys start realizing, This guy's been in the Sahel fighting against the so-called jihadis for 10 years. They haven't succeeded 1 inch. And we fought with these guys, in the Sahel. We actually tend to be doing better in the grounds than these guys. So why do we have them here and they're still excavating our soil, taking all the mineral resources? What?
Right.
Yeah. So years down the line, they ask them to leave, and the local people in this region are very Muslim and they're very conservative. They complaining to the military guys saying we don't like this guy here. We bring in prostitution, alcohol, all kind of, and they're like, we don't want them. So the military guys thinking, okay, this is how populism works, right? So the guys are like, okay, well done. We know this guy. We trained with them. We fought with them. They're not local. They're outsiders. Let's kick them out. And they wanted to get rid of the French away from this region anyway. We all know what the French are doing in our region. So, that was a mixed cocktail for them, right? So you see what they done. They got rid of him. And Sergei Lavrov was in Guinea because he toured the Sahelian country. He only went to Guinea the other day, and the next day, Macron sent another envoy saying, "Oh, don't forget us, man. We're friends." Just because he saw the Russian coming in there, and he said,
"That's right. That's right. That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it." Anyway, I'm going to bed now.
Yes.
I'll speak to you. Thanks for the conversation. Good conversation.
Yes,
Good
definitely, man. Well,
All right.
everyone, greetings to everyone. Good evening to you guys. Blessings.
Bye.
Great show. All right, bless.